he goes. There's a little bit of contact between the two of them. Oh, there's contact. There's contact. And there's contact between Sharon Paul and Campbell Pilling. Good morning and welcome to the Daniel Ricciardo Series. We're here at Clay Pigeon between Yeovil and Dorchester on the south coast of the United Kingdom for round one of this year's DRS Series. 60 drivers all looking towards the 2022 season with aspirations of lifting the trophy and the title of Daniel Ricciardo Series champion. For those that don't know the format, we've three classes with us this weekend. The first of those, the juniors, the DRS100s, and they'll be coming onto circuit for their qualifying session in just a few moments' time. We've also got our smallest, our youngest of the drivers this weekend, the DRS62s, and then our senior category, the DRS125s. We're at Clay Pigeon, probably the more southern circuit in the UK, as we said, right on the south coast, and we're certainly not having south coast weather at the moment as the rain continues to fall here. We don't really expect an awful lot of change either in terms of the weather. For those that are unfamiliar with the Clay Pigeon circuit, it's one of the most historic ones in the UK, it has to be said. It starts with one of the most famous corners. Is it a corner, Billy's Blind? It's more of a kink, isn't it? It kinks left and then into a double apex right. But Billy's Blind is where they will all start their lap here of the Clay Pigeon circuit. They'll then head up to the S's, around the right, left, right, and then down to Sturmey Straight and Hans Hairpin, named after Neil Hann. Onto Buttons, Top Bend, and then to complete another lap. It's not the longest of laps here at Clay Pigeon, but lots of overtaking opportunities around this southwest-based circuit. As we said before, the DRS100s are the first of our three classes to be on circuit today. And due to the sheer volume, the sheer numbers that have flocked towards the Daniel Ricciardo Series in DRS100, we are now looking at a split groups. So the drivers will be allocated a group. That group will be where they undertake their two heats. It'll be also where they have their pre-final. So in theory, we could have two drivers come up, or several drivers come up against each other in the main final for the DRS100 who haven't seen each other on circuit all day, or would all add to an excellent closing stages of today's racing action. And there are some of the DRS100 drivers just preparing themselves for the wet conditions, preparing themselves for a time qualifying session. The result of this time qualifying session will give them a place on the starting grid for the first heat. So the DRS100, you'll have seen it on your screen just earlier on. The schedule for them today is the 11:05. We're expecting Group A, and I'll tell you who's in Group A in just a moment. Just after them, 11:25, Group B will go on circuit for their time qualifying session. We've got heats at 12:25 and 1:45 for the DRS100s. We've got the second heat for the the pre-final for the DRS100s just around about 2:20 and 2:50, and then we have a B final. So for those who are familiar with UK kart racing, a B final, those drivers who haven't quite made it into the top group of drivers for the main final, they get a second chance, not on the continent as a repechage. They'll get a second chance to get into that main final through a B final. And then the grand final for the DRS100s is our last race of the day, 20:05 this afternoon. Let's see if the weather's perked up by then, as these drivers stream out onto the circuit. And we will hopefully be able to get some live timing and keep you up to date and abreast of all the runners and riders for Group A time qualifying. You can see the drivers or the timing, sorry, on the left of your screen. I can tell you the drivers that are in this Group A. The likes of Maximilian Salarski. And you'll notice that the drivers who have effectively one number on their nose cone, the Nassau panel, they're the drivers who have a seed from last year. So that's where they finished last year's championship. So Salarski third in last year's Daniel Ricciardo Series, the 2021 version. Henry Foote, fifth in last year's championship. He's out there in Group A as well, as is Sherry-Ann Powell, Bryn Calder, Charlie Bradford, Archie Potter, Oscar Walmsley-Jones, Isaac Kite, Daniela Sutton, Aaron Mensah, Tuscany Groves, Jake Woodrow, Ethan Critchley, Tristan Powell and Kai Newman. That is your runners and riders for Group A. They are on circuit at the moment. In just a few moments' time, we'll give you the early indications of who has good pace here. And a lot of you who are following the Daniel Ricciardo Series live today on Facebook or live via YouTube, certainly if you're a fan over a period of time, you'll know a lot of these names from last year's championship as well. So, a couple of laps complete here. All the drivers will get 10 minutes of qualifying to post the fastest possible time, get themselves the best possible opportunity to start the heats from the highest place. Daniela Sutton is currently the early pace setter. The 1:43 of Daniela Sutton has done a 44.356 lap time. Tristan Powell second fastest, Oscar Walmsley-Jones third fastest, then Maximilian Salarski, and now Sherry-Ann Powell up into fifth. She's just about 8/10 slower than the fastest driver on circuit. It is very, very wet out there for these drivers, and I think it was dry yesterday as well, as part of the testing day that these drivers have at every round. So this is a different challenge for these young drivers, 11 to 16 years old. Daniela Sutton, 44.356 is the fastest lap of the session so far. We've still got around about 6 minutes for these drivers. You're looking now at the long double left-hander at the Hans hairpin. A great camera angle as well, giving us a real bird's eye view, a real good indication of the sort of lines the drivers take in the wet conditions. You'll see they're a little bit wider than they would usually be. Drivers would usually try and avoid the rubber that's been put down over a period of time. The drivers head over, start, finish once more. Henry Foote then up into second, and a new fastest driver on circuit is Tristan Powell, who's just crossed the start-finish line, completing his fifth lap of the session, a 44.155 for Tristan Powell, up into the box C, into fastest for the session so far. Now, where is the likes of Bryn Calder and Charlie Ratford? Calder's currently 9th fastest, Charlie Ratford 10th fastest. So the order as it stands at the moment, we're just heading towards half distance in this qualifying session. And it's Tristan Powell who is fastest, the number 154. Second fastest, Daniela Sutton, quite a distance behind really in terms of fastest lap times, as Powell goes faster again. He's got some 0.4 of a second over the rest of the field at the moment. Daniela Sutton is second fastest, but now Sherry-Ann Powell moves up into second and only just behind Tristan Powell, 0.0014, so 0.04 of a second. That's how close these DRS drivers can be. So Powell and then Sherry-Ann Powell, no relation, I don't think. Daniela Sutton is third fastest, Henry Foote fourth fastest, and Archie Potter up into fifth, and Max Salarski is seventh and then goes up to third. So a new personal best for Maximilian Salarski, just 0.8 behind the race leader. Another personal best for Tristan Powell, so he has just extended that distance between himself and Sherry-Ann Powell, who now goes faster. So Sherry-Ann Powell 43.5, a full 0.1 of a second quicker than Charlie Ratford, because he's now up into second place on the timesheets. Tristan Powell demoted from first to third in, well, about 30 seconds there. Archie Potter is fourth fastest. He's the fastest of the rookie drivers as well. Maximilian Salarski fifth. Oscar Walmsley-Jones sixth. Daniel Sutton, the early pace setter, is seventh fastest. Henry Foote eighth. Ethan Critchley ninth. Bryn Calder down in 10th. He's just moved up into 9th at the expense of Ethan Critchley. Aaron Menzer is 11th. Kai Newman 12th fastest. Isaac Kite is 13th. Jet Rudwart and Tuscany Groves are the two at the back of the field at the moment, but it's still Sherry-Ann Powell, that 43.541 second lap time. The most improved driver of the 2021 season. Gave us some thrilling ends to DRS100 races, certainly the back end of the season last year. The fastest so far as Salarski goes up to third, so a new personal best for Maximilian Salarski. He's 2/10 slower than Powell. So where's Tristan Powell dropped to? Dropped down to fourth, just ahead of Archie Potter. So no personal bests this time. Interesting as well, in terms of Sherry-Ann Powell, the way she takes her time is in Sector 2. So she's been the fastest driver in Sector 2 by some distance as well. Ethan Critchley up to fourth place. How long have we got left? So we've got a quarter of the session to go here. 2.5 minutes for these DRS100 drivers. And what will be interesting is just to see the comparison between the fastest driver in the A group and compare that to the fastest driver in the B group. They're due out next on circuit, just around about 25 past 11. So Sherry-Ann Powell, Charlie Ratford, Maximilian Salarski, Ethan Critchley, Tristan Powell. They're the top 5 at the moment as Critchley jumps up 4 places into fourth. Remember, we are live here this weekend from Clay Pigeon, live on Facebook, live on YouTube as well. Feel free to interact with us on those different mediums. Put your comments in to support your favourite driver. So heading now into the closing stages with no change in the top 3. And nobody's gone any faster for a couple of laps now, it has to be said. So Sherry-Ann Powell, Charlie Ratford, Maximilian Salarski, Tristan Powell and Ethan Critchley. That's the only change, as Ethan Critchley just jumped ahead of Tristan Powell a lap or so ago, and then almost instantaneously Powell responded with his personal best, a 43.827, which is just around 3/10 slower than Sherry-Ann Powell, who is fastest and doesn't really look to be headed at the moment. Oh, Tristan Powell puts in another personal best and just a 10th slower than Sherry-Ann Powell, up into second, so he's left it late. And is there any really late movers here with 40 seconds or so to go? And Ratford, so Charlie Ratford has timed this. Has he timed it perfectly? There's still a lap or so left for some of these drivers coming on to their final laps now, but Charlie Ratford's just ducked under Sherry-Ann Powell. Daniela Sutton does her personal best as well, up to 7th. So Charlie Ratford then 43.437, 1/10 of a second faster. Salarski into 4th, Tristan Powell into 3rd, Henry Foote is 8th, and Oscar Walmsley-Jones is 9th. Now then, so the time is up. The checker flag is waving. So these drivers are on their final lap, their final attempt. Now, where are the likes of Sherry-Ann Powell on circuit? Have they been through? Charlie Ratford's been through. He's gone no faster. Right then, anybody faster in Sector 1 or Sector 2? No, I don't think we're going to see anything quicker than Charlie Ratford here, as we just see the 1:43 of Daniela Sutton cross the line. I don't think, Sherry-Ann Powell, is she still out there? Oh yeah, I can just see her coming round into the top bend at the moment. She's abandoned that lap. So Sherry-Ann Powell will not go faster. Tristan Powell goes through in 3rd, and that is going to be that. So The result of the DRS100 qualifying for the A group, subject to any post-race scrutineering checks as well. Fastest driver was Charlie Ratford. The time, 43.437. Now keep an eye on that time. Remember that time, because that will be interesting to see how it compares to the B group, who are next up on circuit. So the B group that contains the likes of Freddie Cox, Daniel Weir, Eldon Holland, Liam Karbalov, Maximilian Reed, Ron Marsden, Sam Halley-Hinksman, James Kochelet, Ruby Smith, Jamie Scott, Archie Cole, Joe Wood, Freddie Fowle, Ben Hoy and Cassidy Southall. They are all on the dummy grid at the moment. I'm just waiting for their opportunity now, especially with two split groups like this. I don't think the track conditions are going to change particularly in the next 5 or 10 minutes. So I don't think the drivers are going to experience anything different to what the Group A drivers have just experienced. So we should get a fairly good indication, a fairly good test. And what it would say is the drivers who we expect to be at the top end of these groups, so certainly your likes of the DRS plate holder Freddie Cox, the likes of Daniel Weir, Liam Karbalov, Sam Halley-Hinksman showed good pace last year as well. They now know what the target time is. So the target time is 43.437. As we said earlier on, there is the schedule for these 11 to 16-year-old DRS 100 drivers. Who are due on circuit. The time, and we keep to time here, really clear timetable of events, really well structured race weekends that give maximal amounts of track time to these drivers. As we said before, an interesting, challenging circuit, a really historical kart circuit. All the major championships generally come here. And a good mixture of fast and slow corners, some good overtaking opportunities as well. And later on we'll get out and speak to some of the drivers about the challenges that this Clay Pigeon circuit presents. Certainly one of the most iconic start-finish straights, and runs down to the first corner to Billy's Blind. It's quite a fast section of the racetrack as well, so usually gives you some really interesting first corner, first lap action. So there are the DRS 100 B group. On the dummy grid, the DRS plate holder is Freddie Cox, though drivers who competed in a special one-off DRS event last month. The drivers that won that race, they will be wearing the DRS letters, if you like. Those of you who have been around karting for a long time will know that that's quite a common thing. You used to get a British Grand Prix, karting Grand Prix, and that the winner of that used the letters GP for the rest of the season. There's often open championships where drivers use the number 0. So not a new thing. I remember in Ireland they used to have an IRL plate as well, an Irish championship, who would wear the IRL plate on their car for the rest of the season. So there's been plenty of it. Just seeing there, one of the major changes this year, certainly in the aesthetics, the look of these DRS karts, the nose cone, the Nassau panel, slightly re-engineered, slightly changed on the front of these DRS karts. Certainly gives them a more streamlined, modern look. And these drivers just sheltered by a couple of umbrellas out there. It is quite still just persistent, not really heavy, but there is a persistent rain out there at the moment. certainly doesn't show any signs of letting up the weather. You can see in the little puddles there, the splashes of rain. As we focus in on Freddie Cox, I would imagine one of the expected front runners, one of the title challengers. But so difficult to pick from this DRS 100 group. I would fully imagine several drivers to be in the mix come the end of this, well, certainly end of this weekend, but certainly the end of the full Daniel Ricciardo Series rounds. We'll take you through those in just a moment as well. The 2022 season starts here at Rissington. Rissington? We're not at Rissington. Starts here at Clay Pigeon. We will go to Rissington later on in the season. The calendar is as follows. We start here at Clay Pigeon on the first day of May, the first of the month. And then we head from here, we head north. We head to Wilton Mill in the Midlands. That race weekend, round 2, the 21st and 22nd of May. And then it's off to Wales, to Glanigors in the northwest of Wales in late June. We then head to Little Rissington in July. Expect the suntan lotion to be required at Rissington. Then we're off to the south of Wales, to Landau in August, up to our most northern circuit. It's closest one to my house for sure, is Houghton Park in the northwest, and we finish at Fulbeck in Lincolnshire on the 29th and 30th of October. It's a 7-round series. Drivers looking to accumulate as many points as they can. They do get to drop some scores. They get to drop their worst scores to make it ultimately a consecutive average of their best results. Means that if you do have a mechanical problem, you do have a failure, you do have an incident, doesn't necessarily mean that your championship is over. You can effectively drop your worst heats and worst final. And it does give us, and that's again a fairly common way of scoring kart race events, but it does give us a champion. It gives us some, well, it will be new champions as well. I don't think any of the champions from last year are in the series again this year, although I will just double and triple check that. All moved on to pastures new, and that's a little bit about what this championship is around. It's about developing driver talent. It's about the Daniel Ricciardo Series Academy. It's about progressing young drivers through kart racing and hopefully ultimately into the junior formulas. And then what a story it would be if we have a Daniel Ricciardo Series driver progress into the pinnacle of the sport. So we're just around about 30 seconds to go, I think. Or as I say that, the engines start and the drivers will prepare to head on off the dummy grid and onto the circuit. The circuit will then, the timekeeping staff will then start the clock, and the drivers have 10 minutes to put in their best possible lap time around this circuit. I think that the conditions here are very similar to the start of the Group A session earlier on. So the drivers head out on their familiarisation laps. They can post a fastest lap, of course, from the first lap. Although you do expect the times to tumble as the drivers get more used to the slippery conditions. So over the line come the front runners. We've got a yellow flag down at turn 1. In fact, we've got a yellow flag down towards turn 3, which is where our camera is, but we just need to pan to the left or right, but there's one there, isn't there? Looks like there's one on the way into the Han hairpin as well. We've still got, yeah, there is one on the way in. There's a spinner on the way into the Han. In fact, there's another spinner down there now as well, so not quite heeding the yellow flags. Ask the drivers to slow down. There's the spinner. To the right of your camera, there is a car that is parked up just next to the Armco barrier on the way into the Han hairpin. We'll try and work out who that is. We should be able to work it out from the timing screen, actually, because we should be able to see who hasn't completed a lap just yet. We're looking down to the 156 of Archie Cole, who in these early stages is 12th fastest of the 15 runners in Group B. If you've just joined us, the Daniel Ricciardo Series DRS100 class, so well subscribed we had to split them. 2 groups. They'll undertake qualifying and the heat and the pre-final within their group, and then they will effectively be put all together for the grand final this afternoon. So the early pace setter here is Liam Karbeloff. So Karbeloff of 44.5. Far too early to compare it to the Group A session just yet, as this session's still in its early stages. But that's around about a second slower than Charlie Ratford was. So Rowan Marsden now goes fastest, the rookie driver, 44.3 for Rowan. Karbeloff second, Jamie Scott third fastest. So Jamie Scott, you may remember from the DRS62 class last year, now made the progression, the step up to DRS100. He's a quick little peddler, he'll know his way around. He could be a threat to some of these DRS100 more established drivers. He's 4th fastest at the moment. Sam Halley-Hinksman is 3rd fastest, and James Kochelek is 5th. Cassidy Southall 6th fastest. Freddie Cox 7th fastest at the moment. And Daniel Weir is 8th. We've still got yellow flags. Where is that yellow flag at the moment? Oh, it seems to have... We've got a driver that's just stuck on the exit of Billy's blind, just before the S's. There should be a yellow flag down here below. There is a yellow flag down here below me in the commentary position over start-finish line. So Daniel Weir goes fastest, 43.9 for Daniel Weir. Rowan Marsden is then demoted down to second, Karbeloff third, Halley-Hinksman 4th, Jamie Scott is 5th, Kochelek is 6th, Southall 7th, Freddie Cox is 8th, and Eldon Holland is 9th. Ben Hoy 10th fastest, Archie Cole just up a couple of places into 11th, Maximilian Reed is 12th, Ruby Smith 13th, and Freddie Farrell hasn't completed a lap just yet, neither has Joe Wood. We've got another yellow flag, so these drivers are finding these conditions a little treacherous, a little bit slippery out there. As they all stream through once more. Jamie Scott up to 3rd then, and then James Kochelek up to 4th place, a 44.3. So 43.9 is the fastest lap of the session so far. 44.1 second fastest, Rowan Marsden, Jamie Scott, very similar in terms of lap time. So Scott up to 3rd, Kochelek up to 4th, Ben Hoy is up a place into 9th ahead of Eldon Holland, who is now 10th. Now they've completed 6 laps here, so now is a chance to compare Group A to Group B. So Charlie Ratford 43.4 is some half a second quicker than Daniel Weir is at the moment. In fact, Daniel Weir's time of 43.7, because he has just gone fastest, would only be good enough for 4th in Group A. So Weir got about 0.3 of a second between himself and Jamie Scott, who's now up into 2nd. Sam Halley-Hinksman is up into 4th, and Cassidy Southall is up into 6th. And Maximilian Reed has just made 4 places up into 9th, and Archie Cole is now 8th, 3-place leap for him. What have we got with time? We're just around 4 minutes left here. So Weir, Scott, Marsden, Halley Hinksman, Kochelek, Southall, Karbalov, Cole, Reed and Cox in 10th place. So certainly not the start that Freddie Cox would have wanted to this qualifying session. So 43.769, fastest lap for qualifying B of the DRS 100s. Archie Cole up to 8th. What's Freddie Cox done? 44.9 for him. So Freddie Cox is he's over a second slower than Daniel Weir and Jamie Scott. So clearly got some sort of problem out there. I'm just watching him go over start-finish line at the moment. A big lift and a little bit of understeer as he went through, and a huge slide through Billy's blind. Seems to be really struggling for grip as he goes through the S's is Freddie Cox. As we look at a spinner there, the 117 of Eldon Holland. You'll see a couple of different colours on the front of these karts. The black plates are the rookie drivers in their first season with the DRS series. The yellow plates, the more established drivers. As over the line once more goes Archie Cole up to 5th then. So Archie Cole has moved up into 5th in the qualifying session. Cassidy Southall is 7th, and there's another view of that spin from Eldon Holland. As the rest of them stream through, and Halley Hinksman up into 3rd, and Ron Marsden is now 4th, and Kochelek is 5th. So we're into the last couple of minutes here. They have gone progressively quicker, which is what we saw with the first group. We've seen a lot of spinners. Another spinner down at Billy's blind as well. We'll just pick up who that is as they come back into our view through the S's. It looks to me as if it was the 136 of Maximilian Reed. It was. So Reed, a little spin into Billy's blind. He'll have to abandon that lap. He'll come back again with a vengeance, I'm sure, in the remaining 90 seconds of this qualifying session for the DRS 100s. As they stream through the long right-hander at the Han hairpin. Head up towards the horseshoe. Long left-hander that follows Han's hairpin. They then head up to Buttons, to Top Bend and down the pit straight once more. There's no change in the top 3. Weir, Scott, Halley Hinksman. Kochelek is up to 4th. Marsden down to 5th, and Karbalov up to 6th. Freddie Cox has made 1 place as well, up into 9th place. He's gone half a second quicker than he had on the previous lap. So I wonder if he's just starting to get some grip from those tyres. If it's just starting to work for him, that Daniel Ricciardo kart. But at the moment, not seeing any purple sectors on my screen, not seeing anyone really start to push towards or threaten the fastest lap of this session so far. And we are heading now towards the last 10 seconds or so. So will they get through? Let's just have a little look. So yeah, Freddie Cox will get through for another lap, as will the 140 of Sam Halley Hinksman. But the rest of them are pretty much on their final lap now. This last group of karts going over start-finish, so that will be it. Everybody else then is on their final lap. The session has ended. So can Karbalov go any faster? He's just picked up 2nd place. He's only 9 thousandths of a second behind Daniel Weir, and he's got this final lap to have a go at as well. Over the start-finish they go. Who can go faster this time? Daniel Weir's just done the fastest first sector of anybody so far. 15.6 through sector 1. We'll keep an eye on that. Can he just solidify that pole position, that top spot? He's gone 17.5 second sector. It's not the fastest, but it's pretty competitive. And over the line he goes. Did he go faster? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. 43.4 for Daniel Weir. So everyone was trying to chase him. He turned the screw himself and put a nice, comfortable cushion between himself and Liam Karbalov. second fastest. Archie Cole came through to got progressively better, didn't he, as the session went on? Archie Cole. Third fastest for him. Jamie Scott, fourth fastest. A decent debut DRS100 qualifying session for him. Sam Halley-Hinksman, fifth. James Kutchelek, sixth fastest. Ron Marsden, seventh. Cassidy Southall, eighth. Freddie Cox, ninth fastest. Maximilian Reed, 10th fastest. Eldon Hollam, 11th. Ben Hoy, 12th. Ruby Smith, 13th fastest. And then no times for Freddie Fowle or Joe Wood. Now then, what would that time have got? Where would that time have got Daniel Weir? 43.442. It would have put him second. So Charlie Ratford is the fastest of all of the DRS 100 drivers, but not by an awful lot. And Daniel Weir showing that he's certainly got the pace. And those two could meet on the front row, although there'll be a lot of drivers who have something to say about that when the DRS 100s all come together. Well, the top drivers certainly come together later on this afternoon. So we're 2 down in terms of qualifying sessions. We now turn our attention towards the DRS 62s, who are scheduled off for their qualifying session in just around about 8 minutes' time. And once the track is clear, we'll be back with you for the qualifying session for the DRS 62s.
Also, if there's an accident, it gives time to clear the track before the next session is due. I'll imagine there was just an accident in that last session, like, it takes time to get the cars on the track.
So the rain continues to, well, it's not really pour, is it? It's more of a drizzle at the moment, more of a light drizzle, but the circuit is certainly wet. It's not really put enough rain down to cause any sort of real standing water around this Clay Pigeon circuit. I know that the horseshoe generally congregates a little bit of water on the inside, but that looks fairly clear at the moment. So whilst we've got some patches that are a little bit wetter than others, more just a little bit greasy out there, and the drivers on there, all on their grooved wet tyres, all trying to find the best possible lines, the best possible amount of grip. You can see the tyres there. You can also see that the extensions on the front hubs, just to make that car as wide as it can. The theory goes that the wider you make the front wheels, the more turn in, the more grip you get. You'll see they narrow the back of the car as well, just to try and make it as grip friendly for the drivers as it possibly can be. Drivers with their umbrellas on. We're looking at Ewan Scott, 4th in last year's championship. Will certainly fancy his chances this time round, as will Oscar Walsh, the 3rd seed. Nat Johnston, the 5th seed. Benjamin Baker, the 7th seed. Daxton Groves, the 9th seed. And then we've got Jack Robinson, last year's vice champion. He's wearing the DRS plate this year. He won that DRS one-off event last month. And again, you'll see the 2 different plates. The yellow plates are super drivers, and the black plates are academy drivers for the DRS 62s. These are youngest of all the categories this weekend. And they'll all squabble, not necessarily for position just yet, but they'll certainly all squabble for track position. They'll squabble for fastest lap. We are live on Facebook and YouTube. Get involved with the Daniel Ricciardo Series. Leave us your comments about the driver that you want to see do well this weekend. Already some support on Facebook for Harley Drake. Eldon Hullum as well, receiving some good luck messages. I'm assuming that Daniela Sutton is the recipient of a good luck message from one of our stars from last year. Alicia Parmowski has been on Facebook and made a comment to one of her ex-rivals. So get involved on YouTube and Facebook. We are live today with all the action from round 1 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series. Again, onto YouTube, where we've got lots of support for Sherry Ann Powell Kai Newman also receiving some support. So get involved with us, leave us your comments. Tell us who you want to see victorious this weekend. We'll do our best to keep them clean as well, so we can refer to them. Well, the Daniel Ricciardo Series DRS62s are on circuit then for their qualifying session. 10 minutes for them to work themselves out into some sort of order. Let's see where our early pace is being shown. It's being shown with Oscar Walsh. Not really a surprise there. Third in last year's championship, was at the sharp end of most of the grand finals in a really well-contested 2021 series. We've got 21 of these DRS62 drivers out there at the moment. Just looks a little bit brighter, doesn't it? I'm just going to check some puddles and see how much. No, we've still got some rain out there. Certainly the sky looks a little bit brighter if we look towards the forecast as well. It's meant to, well, it's certainly going to remain raining until probably early afternoon, but I wonder if we might just get a little bit of respite from that rain after lunch. Remains to be seen. So Ewan Scott now jumps ahead of Oscar Walsh. So Scott, fourth in last year's championship, 46.499 is, well, it's a couple of tenths quicker than Oscar Walsh. Ashton Redpath into third and is the highest rookie as well, closely followed by Cruz Dalton. Then it's Oscar Cole, Nat Johnston, Harley Drake, Lucas Ezza, Benjamin Baker, and Walsh goes fastest. I think you're going to see a change at the front here every lap or so at the moment, because they are just getting used to the conditions once more. Just times dropping and tumbling with every lap. I'm just a little look at Nat Johnston as he went through the S's and to the Han hairpin. Who's he chasing at the moment? So that's the way they'll want to do it. They want to try and find themselves a little bit of a tow or a little bit of a chase. And he's got a very good chase in front of him because he's chasing Oscar Walsh, who's fastest. So let's just see if Nat Johnston can use that little bit of slipstream or that little bit of an advantage. It's always, always easier to chase in a kart. No doubt about that. Gives you a reference point, gives you the little motivation you need sometimes. It's always tougher to lead from the front, especially in a series where all the equipment is so equally matched. Remember the standardisation of engines, karts, tyres here. The emphasis absolutely on driver ability, driver progression, driver development in this series. So Ewan Scott then, fastest on circuit so far, 46.3, 300ths of a second ahead of Oscar Walsh. Nat Johnston, Benjamin Baker, Oscar Cole, and then Ashton Redpath is 6th. Who else has made some inroads in the last couple of laps? Tyler Wilson up 3 places to 11th. Aaron Haywood up a couple of places to 10th, and Bailey Wolfe, the Daniel Ricciardo Academy winner, is up into 16th. Indigo Pickering is up a place into 19th as well. And then Benjamin Baker up another 3 places to 4th. 47 or 46.9 for him. Around about 3, still 9/10 of a second slower than the fastest driver out there. The times are coming down every single lap, so if that's an indication of the circuit getting quicker or the drivers just understanding the way around this circuit a little bit better with every lap that passes. Mechanical flag for Dorian Malek. Let's see if we can find out why. 1, 2, 4. Let me have a little look and see where Dorian Malek is and see why he's got that mechanical flag. It looks like a loose front bumper, I am reliably informed. So that he will have to come in. So the technical flag means that the black flag with a orange disc means that the driver has to come into Parc Fermé, into the pits, through the pit lane on the way into Top Bend, have that mechanical fault replaced or repaired. Top bend's something we're going to talk about a lot today, isn't it? The final corner here. What I would say about the final corner here, it's not actually that good an overtaking opportunity. It's sort of a mid-speed corner. It's not a heavy braking zone. So you'll probably see drivers maybe have to make a move maybe into the horseshoe or into the hand hairpin and try and hold on to that lead through top bend. It's not actually that difficult to defend into the final corner here. What it does do, that if you do defend into the final corner, it does mean that you leave yourself liable to the undercut on the way down, the slingshot on the way down this long start-finish straight that takes you towards the start-finish line and before the entry into Billy's blind. So that is it's usually more of a set-up corner, the top bend here, rather than a last gasp overtaking manoeuvre. But let's see how things develop. Certainly be very different in the wet than it is in the dry. I don't think we're going to see much dry running here on this first Sunday of the season, round one of the Daniel Ricciardo Series. Who can get their nose in front? Who can take a lead? Who can take the championship lead off to Wilton Mill in, well, what is it, 2 or 3 weeks time? 3 weeks time before we head to Wilton. At the moment, the DRS62s are led by Ewan Scott. Oscar Walsh still second. Jack Robinson now up to third, and Nat Johnston back up into fourth place. Benjamin Baker drops to fifth. Ashton Redpath is sixth. Bailey Wolf made a couple of places up again, back up into ninth place, second of the rookie drivers, the academy drivers. Ashton Redpath, the first of those academy drivers with the black plates. The 105 of Ashton Redpath is sixth. Cruz Dalton is 10th at the moment, and then Oscar Roach moves up to 13th place. Dorian Malek is into the pits to have that that front bumper sorted. He's 17th at the moment. Not a good session for Daxton Groves, is it, at the moment? He's done 9 laps, but he's only 18th fastest, just ahead of Indigo Pickering. Jensen Woodhouse and Lewin Aid is the last of the runners so far, 21st place, as Oliver Harrison moves up another couple into 11th. So Nat Johnston, the only real mover in the top 5 at the moment. We've got just over a minute, haven't we, as we have a look out onto circuit. As Robinson goes faster, so 45.8. He's left it late as Jack Robinson, but he's getting the job done at the moment. Just around half a tenth of a second, so 600ths faster than Ewan Scott. Have we got any purple sectors out there? Well, Scott's just done a fastest first sector. Oh, here we go then. What's Ewan Scott got up his sleeve in response? Has he gone faster? No, he hasn't. In fact, he's lost a place. Oscar Walsh has just pipped him just around about 200ths quicker, around 100th slower than Jack Robinson. So the front three are really turning the screw here. They're a good quarter of a second quicker than Nat Johnston, the front three. Benjamin Baker is 5th, Ashton Redpath 6th, Oscar Cole 7th, Harley Drake 8th, and then Bailey Wolf and Cruz Dalton, the rest of the top 10. Ethan Whitlam has made a couple of places up to 13th as well, and Luke Eze just made 5 places up to 11th with his personal best, but that's some 1.3 seconds slower than Jack Robinson. So Robinson, Walsh and Scott, 1, 2 and 3, they have completed their last lap, and Scott goes fastest and then Walsh goes fastest. So Scott, who got the advantage as he went over to complete his final lap, and then Oscar Walsh has now gone through ahead of him. He was tucked right up in behind him as well, made good use of the slipstream. Has Jack Robinson come through yet? Where is he? Let's have a quick look out there. He's not showing us. Oh, he is showing us completed his final lap. So on the last lap of the qualifying session, Jack Robinson was bumped down from 1st to 3rd. Oscar Walsh then fastest, a 45.685. He left it very late indeed, but he found a way through to claim the fastest lap in qualifying, subject to any post-race scrutineering checks, of course. So Walsh draws first blood for the DRS62s. Young Scott in second place. He was just about a tenth of a second behind, and then less than a tenth of a second back from him to Jack Robinson, who didn't do his fastest lap on the last lap, but Walsh and Scott did. Nat Johnston, 4th fastest. Benjamin Baker, 5th fastest. The fastest of the DRS Academy drivers was Ashton Redpath in 6th. Oscar Cole, 7th. And Harley Drake, 8th fastest. Bailey Wolf was 9th fastest. And then Cruz Dalton in 10th. Lucas Ezza, 11th. And Aaron Hewood in 12th. A little bit further down, a couple of seeded drivers not had the best of sessions. Oliver Harrison, 6th seed, but down in 14th. And Daxton Groves not getting to grips with the slippery conditions here, down in 17th place. So, if qualifying's anything to go by, we could have some very, very interesting heats and finals for the DRS 62s. And in just a moment, we'll be turning our attention to the senior drivers, our senior DRS 125 drivers, the 16 plus. There's 9 of them here this weekend. And their qualifying session scheduled off for, well, just around about 7 or 8 minutes. And we'll be back with you in a few moments' time for our final qualifying session of the day, the 12:05 DRS 125s. So final qualifying of the day is for the DRS 125s. Looks like they'll be headed out by Oliver Owen. Mark Lawrence is sat alongside him. So 9 drivers, all looking to put in their fastest possible lap time within 10 minutes, a 10-minute period. Could be a really open championship as well for the DRS 125s. Several drivers who performed particularly well last year. The likes of Tom Snape and Jack Rigg, Oliver Owen, all seeded drivers from last year's championship. And Firas Bilbezi, who won the one-off DRS event last month as well. So they're just about underway then for the time qualifying session. I have the pleasure of being joined by Andy Cox in the commentary booth here. It's a long time since I've been at Clay Pigeon. This wasn't here when I was here last, Andy. It's a decent vantage point on a very decent kart circuit that's been here a long time, but has produced some excellent races as well.
Well, have they put this in especially for you, Mark? Don't expect this at every track, a commentary box, and
I could do some air conditioning when we go to Risington.
Air conditioning. We'll open the window. So, no, it's like you. I've been coming here a long time, and the circuit obviously has sort of remained the same, but it's really well looked after by the Renaissance, and always looks immaculate. And it's although it's a shorter lap. It's really quite technical to get right, and the actual tarmac is very abrasive, so there's a lot of the guys at the moment struggling to find the right pressure, and it would seem that a lower pressure is working better for some drivers, because if you go higher the tyre just seems to overheat. And so I think quali is a bit of a mixed bag, because no one's really done any wet racing. Mind you, a good mixed bag makes a good race.
Yeah, it does. And tell us about the changes. Obviously, the cars look different this year from an aesthetic perspective, different front end of them, if you like, from a bodywork perspective. What is the significant difference to people who've watched the series last season to this year?
Yeah, so in all the classes we've gone to the new the World CIK homologated bodywork, which changes every 3 years. So on the DRS100 and the 125, we're running the KG 508 front panel, which has like a bit of I suppose it's a bit like an F duct, a channel that runs through the front panel, takes the air in up the front panel, and is supposed to obviously deflect over the driver's helmet. Seems to make a little bit of a difference on high-speed straights, and also the 507 front pod, which is a lot wider, which means we've had to modify the stub axles on the kart, so all the drivers are running much wider on the front to accommodate the front pod. So it's changed the characteristics of the kart. You haven't got as much adjustment on the front, but it's just changed the footprint of the car, and we saw faster lap times yesterday. And the Cadet, more or less the same, that we're using the MK20 bodywork. That doesn't have an F duct on it, but it is a more rounded front panel, and I think they look a little better. And the latest kart have also the skinny Evo pods on the 62. I'm sticker set looks good. and Dan's happy with the look, so we're all good.
Good. And tell us about what you've been saying to some of the drivers in terms of, obviously, first race weekend. We've got a long season ahead of us. It's easy for drivers, especially the younger ones, to open their eyes to this and want to get everything done at round one. But it's a long season, isn't it? And especially with the wet conditions as well. It's more about putting experience and points in the bag than trying to do things that are a bit daft this weekend.
Yeah, so you can drop a quali, a heat, a pre-final and a final. So that always makes it interesting and is a little bit fairer for everybody. But yeah, it's a long championship, and it's all about your strategy. You've got to get your qualifying consistent, and then keep getting in the results in the top 4 or 5 all the time. The big difference for sure is the DRS100 with over 30 drivers racing. We're very pleased with that. The cadets, I think, is 22, 23. We've got some more kids coming in. Obviously, the DRS125 is not where we want it to be at the moment, but we do know that there's new drivers coming in from round 2. Even though it's a smaller field in the 125s, I think, as we can see in this quali session, it's going to be very close. So I think we'll still get some great racing, and hopefully we've got some drivers that are moving up from Club 100 and coming and trying out. You can also do a guest round and rent a kart and come and try out. So I'm sure the 125s will build through the season.
Yeah, and as you said, likely to be very close. There's only a couple of tenths between a lot of the drivers at the moment. Mark Lawrence, who always seems to me to be a bit of a wet specialist as well when he's out there. He's up into second at the moment, just a couple of tenths behind Oliver Owen. We know that Tom Snape's been a race winner and has shown good pace as well, and obviously Firas Bilbazi's had a good start to the season in terms of the way that he's applied himself to win that DRS plate earlier on in 2022. So yeah, and I think we're just seeing a little bit of an improvement in the weather as well. It's looking a little bit brighter. I think the rain's actually stopped momentarily, so drivers will start to certainly feel a little bit of a difference out there in terms of how the karts react to changeable conditions. But at the moment, it's Oliver Owen who's the fastest of the DRS125 drivers. Mark Lawrence second fastest, Jack Rigg third fastest, then Ben Gartside and Firas Bilbazi, and Tom Snape is in sixth place, and Tommy Welsh and JJ McGing in ninth. And Carl Watt's already not actually posted a time, has he? Just one lap for Carl Watt, who seems to have some sort of problem out there at the moment. Must have come back into the paddock. Andy, tell us about the choice of circuits. We go to lots of different circuits with lots of different characteristics. How tough is the selection process, if you like, to make sure that the drivers get a little bit of everything in terms of making sure we get the best driver that's been the best over a course of a season at different racetracks?
Yeah, I mean, the venues are very important and always very welcoming. But you've got your sort of traditional classics like Clay, like Rissington. In the dry you've got a massive difference in time, around about 34 seconds, 35 seconds lap here, to a 42, 43 at Rissington. But of course with COVID last year we were unable to go to Wales with the restrictions being different in different parts of the country. So we're really looking forward to going to GYG, which is a 44, 45 second lap. But as you know, it's just a huge track. It's really high speed, undulating corners, very technical. So I'm sure all the drivers are going to enjoy that. And then again, we've got in South Wales in Landau, a very, a shorter lap, but very, very technical. And also Houghton Park. That's a great track for drivers and always makes fantastic racing. And then, Fulbeck with sort of the Hockenheim, the old Hockenheim sort of chicanes, real high speed into them and precision needed. So it's a really good mix. We would love to go to your old home track, Rowra, you know, which is fantastic. The issue we have, you know, we've got to think of everyone where they're all living. And you know, Rowra is. I know you make the trip, Mark, but Rowra,
Just 6.5 hours yesterday to get here.
Commitment, Mark, commitment. But no, it's very. You know, it is difficult to try to get a good balance. But maybe as things improve for everyone next year, hopefully in the world, and you know, we could maybe try Rowra next year and rotate a track and see what people think.
Yeah, absolutely, and. As Andy said, we make the return to Wales twice this year. We go to Glenigors on the 25th and 26th of June, and then down to Landau for round 5, which is in the August bank holiday, is it? The 27th, 28th of August? Is that the bank holiday weekend in August? I think it is, yeah. So yeah, 2 trips to Wales to add to the calendar as well. In terms of the DRS125's Mark Lawrence, we talked about him being particularly good pedaler in the wet, and he's doing the job at the moment. 42.7 makes him the fastest of the drivers out there. He's into the last couple of seconds of the qualifying session as well. He's got about 0.08 of a second advantage over Oliver Owen, who was top of the timesheets for a long period and has been displaced by Mark Lawrence. Jack Rigg, third fastest. Bill Basie has made some ground as well, a 43.557, fourth place for him. Tom Snape is 5th, Ben Gartside is 6th, JJ McGing 7th fastest, and then Tommy Welsh. So Owen has completed the session for him. He doesn't go any faster this time. He's not going to do any better than second. Where are the likes of Jack Rigg? Are they still out there? They are, just crossing the line now as Gartside completes his last lap, and Rigg doesn't go any faster, but Tom Snape does. So Tom Snape up to 4th, his personal best of 43.508, and Firas Bilbezi just demoted down to 5th place, and Ben Gartside is 6th, and Tommy Welsh is 7th, and McGing is 8th, and then Carl Watt in 9th place. So Mark Lawrence it is then, fastest of all the DRS 100s, 42.769. Oliver Owen 2nd fastest, Jack Rigg 3rd fastest, Tom Snape 4th fastest. So just around about half a second covers the top 5. And the oldest driver, is he oldest driver, Mark Lawrence?
Yeah, I think he's 52. And he's the oldest driver here, and been racing in all of our series since 2007.
I'm sure he'll tell you if you get it wrong. We'll ask him. We'll ask him later on.
I might have just made him younger.
Might well have done. He's certainly very fast at the moment, so age just a number for Mark Lawrence, who's the fastest driver, obviously subject to any post-race scrutineering checks, of course. But that's the qualifying complete. Thank you, Andy. And we can now turn our attention to the first of the competitive stuff, the combat stuff, the wheel-to-wheel racing, which starts with the DRS 100s. We're back to our 2 groups. So Group A, who are the first to have their heat. The heat to 8 minutes plus a lap. Sheltered under the umbrellas is Charlie Ratford, who was the fastest driver of all the DRS 100 karts this morning in the qualifying session. He lines up on the inside of the front row alongside Sherry-Ann Powell, the number 6. That is your front row for the first heat. Go a little bit further back, you will see the 154 of Tristan Powell. Alongside Tristan is Maximilian Salarski, the number 3, and then the 114 of Archie Potter on the inside of the third row. So we expect these guys on circuit around about 25 past 12, which is 6 or 7 minutes time. They're lined up and ready. They will have a short break as the circuit is cleared from the DRS 125 qualifying session. And in a few moments time, when we are back live here on Facebook and YouTube, we will have the first race of the day, the DRS 100 Group A first heat, scheduled for 12:25. And we'll be back with you then.
Yeah, we think so.
So heat one for the DRS100 Group A. Remember, every driver will have a heat, a pre-final and a grand final to go alongside their qualifying sessions, and everything that they do from a competitive perspective from qualifying onwards carries championship points. But remember, as Andy reminded us earlier, every driver throughout this season can drop, effectively cancel, rule out their worst qualifying heat, pre-final and final. So if they do have a mechanical problem or an accident or an incident, then they can effectively wipe that off their scores, and it gives us an average, a calculation that generally, or pretty much always, gives us the right result in terms of the championship. And these young drivers just starting out that process, they'll have collected some championship points already from qualifying, and Charlie Ratford has the most of those championship points. Can he convert that qualifying fastest lap into a heat win here? He's got some competition on his hands from the likes of Sherry-Ann Powell, the likes of Tristan Powell, Henry Foote and Max Salarski will be in and amongst it as well, as they sit on the dummy grid, just awaiting the clock really. We keep to a fairly rigid time structure at these events. So 25 past the hour, just around 60 seconds time will be the chance for them to start their engines and to head onto circuit, which is exactly what they are doing right now. All of these drivers head out on a formation lap, a warm-up lap, a chance to familiarise themselves with the circuit and the changes that may have occurred from their previous outing. And they'll come under the orders of the start-finish marshal, the starter, who will decide as and when they can begin this race. Once that happens, the lights go green. It's 8 minutes plus one final flying lap that will give us our first heat winner of the new 2022 Daniel Ricciardo Series Championship here at Clay Pigeon. As the rain, it's back falling, isn't it? I think we've got a little bit more rain than we had earlier on, as per the forecast. You see the drivers now just starting to slow down and look like they're preparing for the start in a nice formation, led by Charlie Ratford. The number 8 on the inside, Sherry-Ann Powell. They come round top bend then, under starters orders. Andy Cox there on the inside, just reminding them it's a long stretch down. They've hit the gas quite early. Do we go green? We do, I think. Or do we? No, we don't. Actually really difficult to see from our vantage position. It's classed as a false start. And they will go around again. They were very quick, actually. They came halfway down. It is a long drag down to the start-finish line. From the exit of top bend, it kinks round to the right, and then they head left down towards Billy's Blind. And they were very quick, certainly by the time they got to Andy Cox, who was stood around about 60 or 70 metres from the start-finish line. Once they got there, they were already pretty much flat out. They need to be a little bit slower, a little bit better form. They look pretty good this time. Let's see if we can see the lights from our vantage point. 8 minutes plus a lap of this race. Ratford and Powell on the front row. Lights go green this time. Into the first corner they come for the first time, and it is Ratford who's got the best of the start. Sherry-Ann Powell just pushed a little bit wide through the first couple of corners, but Charlie Ratford it is as they go through the S's for the first time and sprint down towards the Han hairpin. Leader then is indeed Charlie Ratford, who went through into second place. Was it Maximilian Salarski? I think it was, and he holds on to that second place from the 154 of Tristan Powell as they go through Buttons and up to top bend for the first time. A nice little advantage as well for Charlie Ratford. First out the blocks and first to extend his advantage. Salarski, who leads the chase, but he has to concentrate on Tristan Powell at the moment in third, who's all over the back of him as they go down into Billy's Blind. Sherry-Ann Powell, not the best of starts for Sherry-Ann. Drops to fourth place as they all kick sideways and then head out towards the back straight and to the Han hairpin into the right-hander. And this time Sherry-Ann Powell a little bit quicker and a little bit, just gets a little bit closer to Tristan Powell. There's a yellow flag and a spinner at the Han hairpin as well. So the race lead advantage is just around about 1 second, 1.2 seconds already for Charlie Ratford as the attack comes from Powell. Has he got away past Salas? He's got the inside line, has he? No, he hasn't. Into the start of Billy's Blind and a little bit wide from Salarski. There's almost contact between the two of them. That's just allowed for Sherry-Ann Powell to get a little bit closer to these two as Ratford sprints away at the front, and we'll be happy for these to battle between themselves. Oh, there was contact. There was contact between Salarski and Tristan Powell, as we saw on the replays. They went into Billy's Blind. I'm not sure Salarski knew that Tristan Powell was on his outside as they went into the braking zone. He swung out to take the corner. He's lost that place now. He's under a little bit of pressure as well from Sherry-Ann Powell as they come into top bend once more. This is the battle for third and fourth. Ratford it is then who leads. Henry Foote is in fifth and Archie Potter is sixth. Ethan Critchley seventh and Oscar Walmsley-Jones then up to fifth on the last lap. He made 3 places. Critchley, Daniela Sutton is seventh. Henry Foote is eighth. Bryn Calder ninth. Aaron Mensah 10th. Archie Potter, we've got another spinner into Billy's Blind. So back to the front then. Charlie Ratford has a 1.8 second advantage over Tristan Powell, but that gap has dropped just around about a 10th of a second last time. There's a short gap around about another half a second back to Maximilian Salarski in third, and then it's Sherry-Ann Powell in fourth. We know that Oscar Walmsley-Jones is fifth and Ethan Critchley is in sixth place. There's a couple of kart lengths back between them. Sherry-Ann Powell now within a kart length or so. There is the battle for third and fourth. Heading down towards the double apex right, this long right-handed hairpin. up the short straight. They swing back to the right-hand side of the circuit to get the best line into the horseshoe. And then this little right-handed kink at Buttons, which is where they are now. Has she got the inside line, Powell? Not quite close enough through Top Bend. That's the final corner of the lap. But she is tucked up in behind as they go down towards Billy's Blind. This battle for third and fourth. And here is the braking zone for Billy's. Sherry-Ann Powell heads to the inside, does she? Is she going to find her way through on the way into the S's? Yes, she is. So, new third place driver is Sherry-Ann Powell as they head down towards the hand hairpin. And this was the move then. Slipped down the inside into the right-hander. Then they swung left. It's a fairly safe overtaking opportunity because you have the line into the next corner if you run wide as well. So Solarski goes from third to fourth. No change for fifth, sixth or seventh. We've got Kai Newman up into 12th and Isaac Kite up into 14th at the expense of Tuscany Groves, who's the last of the runners, the 15 drivers in Group A for this DRS 100 group. How long have we got left? 3 minutes or so of the race to go. And now Solarski under pressure for fourth place. Oscar Walmsley-Jones tucked in behind the number 128, and behind them Ethan Critchley's not a long way behind either, and behind Ethan is the 143 of Daniela Sutton in 7th place. Right then, what's the gap between Ratford and Powell? Because it's coming down, isn't it? It's coming down quite significantly as well. Tristan Powell, fastest lap of the race so far, 43.170, is 3/10 quicker than Charlie Ratford. And here's the move for fourth and fifth as well, as Walmsley-Jones heads past Solarski, who's going backwards at the moment. He will try and counter that move down the inside into the hand hairpin and take that fourth place back. Will he? Yes, he will. So Solarski reclaims fourth place. He was only without it for a corner or so. And these two will squabble now over that fourth and fifth. There's Sherry-Ann Powell in third. Here down the inside then, will he make it stick? No, he won't. It's tough to overtake into Top Bend. So Sherry-Ann Powell in third will be happy to take anything that these two front runners leave behind. The leaders then, as you look at the move, a replay of the move for fourth place, the leaders are right together as they go down into the hand hairpin. So what a good job Tristan Powell has done to claw his way back to the front. And here he comes down the inside. It's not on your screen, but I can see that Tristan Powell has dived down the inside to take the lead away from Charlie Ratford. They're on the way into Top Bend, and we have a new race leader with just around about 90 seconds to go here. Tristan Powell leads over start finish. He is our new race leader into Billy's Blind for the first time as the race leader. Tristan Powell leads. Charlie Ratford is second. Sherry-Ann Powell is in third, so quite a distant third at the moment from Solarski, who's managed to fend off the advances of Ethan Critchley and Oscar Walmsley-Jones, who are just squabbling over fifth and sixth at the moment. At the front then, into the horseshoe comes Tristan Powell. Started on the inside of the second row, made a good start, and is all of a sudden in the box seat here. What sort of response has Charlie Ratford got in these closing stages? There is your race leader. Powell then crosses the line. He's got 43 seconds to go, so they will be very close next time round to that last lap board. Will they cut the timing beam before the last lap board goes out? It will be very, very close. Ratford in second. Can he respond? He's managed to just about stay with Tristan Powell. There's about 2 or 3 kart lengths between them. Ratford is a little bit narrower in terms of his racing lines as they squeeze the throttle and squirm up towards Buttons and then keep the car heading towards the right and into Top Bend. Down the hill they come then. What's the gap? And are they going to cross the beam before? No, they're not. Last lap it is this time round for Tristan Powell. He's got just enough of an advantage, hasn't he? He's just got enough to keep Charlie Ratford at bay. Sherry-Ann Powell, Oscar Walmsley-Jones is back up into fourth place. A nice little battle now between Walmsley-Jones, Solarski, Critchley and Daniela Sutton, is just on the back of this group fighting for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Long gap back then to Henry Foote in 8th, and Archie Potter is 9th and Bryn Calder is 12th. Isaac Kite one more place up into 12th. But here is our race leader, who's going to be our race winner. He comes round the final corner for the final time, and it is going to be Tristan Powell then, who wins the first heat for the DRS 100 Group A. Second place for Charlie Radford. Cherian Powell comes home in 3rd. Oscar Walmsley Jones is 4th, and it will be Maximiliano Solarski who recovers into 5th place. So the rest of them stream through then. Ethan Critchley 6th, Daniel Sutton 7th at the end of that battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, and Henry Foote 8th, Archie Potter 9th, Bryn Calder 10th, Aaron Mensah came home in 11th and Jake Rudder was 12th. Tuscany Groves made a couple of places up to 13th ahead of Kai Newman and Isaac Kite. So that's our first of the heats complete, and Tristan Powell takes maximum points and a fastest lap. He saved his fastest lap for the last lap as well, of 43.089. They are the provisional results for the first of the heats, with Tristan Powell winning in fine style as well, and just a few moments time. So just got around about 6 or 7 minutes before we see the sister group, the Group B for the DRS 100s. Their heat, their first heat, the second heat of the day, is due off at around 1:45, and we'll be back in a few moments time for the start of that heat.
Announce again. I've sent it out to everyone. I've put it on the board, but there'll be bound to be some of it.
Yeah. Cool.
All right.
No problem.
Thanks.
Daniel. Sam. Sam. Huh? 7.
Jane, there.
Andy, do you want me to put everyone
Scooter.
panel?
Yeah.
Put everyone panel?
Yeah.
Attention, please call me at 5 that only takes scooters, 5 football, or any other thing that should be paid for you, please get back on your order. Thank you.
Okay, guys, so it's 2 laps. Warm up, okay, nice and slow. Look where the cone is, the yellow cone to acceleration line, okay? Everybody clear?
Where you going? Start their engines.
Just go past.
Start your engines!
So the second of our 2 groups of DRS 100 drivers are on circuit for their first heat of the day. A little change to the timetable schedule as well. The DRS 62 and 125 grand finals have been switched round, so now it's the DRS 62 drivers who will head out at 4 o'clock for their grand final, and that means that the DRS 125 drivers, their final will change to 4:20 this afternoon. A reminder, if you're tuning in for a specific final later on, that effectively the DRS 125 and 62 finals have switched round. We'll keep you informed of all the action live here from round 1 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series. Now then, Group B for the DRS 62s. Sorry, DRS 100s. On circuit at the moment, just ready to give themselves the best possible chance of almost competing against a a set of drivers you don't actually come across. It's a strange situation, but it happens quite often when there's big numbers of drivers in a single class, which is what we have here with the DRS100s. And we've got a driver, a car just parked up. The 117 is that of Eldon Holland. So Eldon Holland, that looks pretty terminal as well on the way. Driver is stood up and out of the way. They're going to go around again. This race hasn't started just yet. Yeah, you can see Eldon is leaning against the barriers and will not start this race. So we're one down already. That's the rest of them, led by Daniel Weir, who was the fastest of the B-class drivers for the DRS100, who's second fastest of all the DRS100 drivers. So it's Weir on the inside of the front row. Liam Karbeloff is alongside the 156 of Archie Cole inside of the second row. The 153 of Jamie Scott. So Weir and Karbeloff 1 and 2. Let's see if these can get away. Would be the first time of asking. I think every driver's been given 2 formation laps to sort themselves out. Here we go then. Fairly well sorted and organised, has to be said. It looks pretty good to me. Will it go? Yes, it does go. And it's the outside of Karbeloff, is it, that gets round the first corner first? I think he has got round the outside of Daniel Weir as they went into Billy's blind for the first time. Looks very slippery on the way into the S's, but they all have got through and streamed down towards the Han hairpin. Right-hander, double apex, up a little crest and onto the right-hand side for the horseshoe. Another long left-handed turn this time, and lots of back-end sliding from Liam Karbeloff, but he's managing to hold it all together. We have one spinner on the way through the hairpin. That was the 160 of Freddie Farrell, who's rejoined now at the back of the field as they stream through to complete the first lap. Into the right-hander of Billy's. It continues right and right and right again until they enter the S's, which is where they are now. They flick left and then down the hill, and that was what happened to Freddie Farrell on lap number 1. Here are the leaders then. Karbeloff, Weir, Archie Cole, Sam Halley-Hinksman. Jamie Scott lost a place on that first lap down to 5th. James Kochelek is 6th. Ron Marsden is the first of the rookie drivers in 7th. And then Freddie Cox is up a couple of places into 8th. Cassidy Southall behind in 9th. And then Ben Hoy and Ruby Smith and Joe Wood and Maximilian Reed and Freddie Farrell is the last of the 14 runners we have here. Just the one retirement, remember. From the formation lap, that was Eldon Holland, the 117. So here are the leaders then, just a cart length or so. Here's Karbeloff. And then behind him is the number 9 of Daniel Weir. It is the number 9 Daniel Weir, not the number 8 of Charlie Ratford as it says on screen at the moment. It certainly is Daniel Weir who's chasing down Liam Karbeloff at the front of this field. A little gap back then to the chasing pack for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, led by Archie Cole. Sam Halley-Hinksman is 4th. Jamie Scott just about in touching distance in 5th. Looks tiny, doesn't he, Jamie Scott, in that DRS100 car. Certainly sandwiched between Hinksman and Kochelek. And we've got a spinner, another spinner in the left-hander. Who is that as they come back round? Let's just have a look at the rejoining now. So it's somebody from further up the field. It was the 130 of Karbeloff. Karbeloff then was a spinner on the way through the right-hander. And Daniel Weir has now taken the lead. So we'll see if we can get a little look at that again of what happened to Liam Karbeloff, the race leader. He's not the race leader anymore. It's Daniel Weir then who leads. Here's the replay. Oh, he's just got it all kinds of sideways, hasn't he? Unforced error from Liam Karbeloff. Nobody to really blame but himself, unfortunately. And now it just took him an awful long time to recover as well. almost like he couldn't get restarted, couldn't get rejoined and re-going. Where has he rejoined? All the way back in 11th place. So yeah, a little bit of pressure from Daniel Weir, forced the error of Liam Karbalov, and now it's Daniel Weir, the number 9, who has clear track in front of him, and he's got a chasing pack led by Archie Cole. Cole's got a nice little advantage now over Hallie Hinksman, Scott, Kochelek, Marsden and Cox. Battle all the way down to 7th. Freddie Cox is chasing Rowan Marsden. So here is the leaders then. They all head up towards the left-hander of the horseshoe. And then through this little right kink at Buttons, which is where Hallie Hinksman is at the moment. And into Top Bend, the final corner. Every corner here seems to take an age to finish. They're all long, sweeping corners, probably with the exception of the S's, which is fairly fast, right, left, right. Everything else is long, sweeping, technical corners here at Clay Pigeon. So the battle is this one for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Hallie Hinksman, Scott, Kochelek and Marsden. The gap back to Freddie Cox from the back of this group is maybe 10 or 12 kart lengths at the moment, so lots of work for the DRS play of Freddie Cox. Still looks to be having all kinds of understeer, oversteer problems with that DRS kart at the moment. Into the right-hander then of Billy's Blind comes the leader, Daniel Weir. Archie Cole is still in 2nd place. What's the gap between those two then? So it's gone up 0.153, just over 1/10 of a second. It's 2 seconds at the moment. So at the moment, Daniel Weir he's got the measure of Archie Cole in terms of maintaining this gap. The gap between Cole and Hallie Hinksman again, but staying pretty static at around 1.6 seconds. So no real threat from 1st to 2nd or 2nd to 3rd. But what we do know is that the conditions are tricky out there. It is very slippery and errors can be made at any time. So these drivers need to concentrate to maintain those concentration levels. Here is that battle between Hallie Hinksman 3rd, Scott 4th as they go through the S's. A nice tidy line from Jamie Scott. Give him a good run out of the chicane, and here he goes down the inside. Does he make it stick? No. Hallie Hinksman just shuts the door. Says, nope, not quite this time, young man. To Jamie Scott, a graduate from DRS 62 class last year. Just has to look over his shoulder as well, Jamie Scott. He'll see James Kochelek is there behind him in 5th place, and he tries to attack again on Hallie Hinksman. 3 of them then down the start finish straight. 3rd, 4th, 5th. Will Scott have a look into Billy's Blind? It's very slippery down into Billy's Blind today. It is a little bit off camber downhill. I don't think we'll see many overtaking manoeuvres into there, especially when there's not much grip around. But now then, Scott, he gets another good run out of the S's. Hinksman goes to the inside, tries to defend. There's a minute left of this race, and Scott goes to the outside to try and slingshot past, and they're all going to get caught, are they, by Kochelek, who's trying to move up, and here comes Scott down the inside. He does take 3rd place away. Can Hallie Hinksman hold on to 4th? He does just about got Kochelek in behind him as well. So I've got a mechanical flag for Maximilian Reed, the 136. So Reed all the way down in 10th place at the moment with a mechanical problem, the 136. Trying to see as he comes past us there. Why is that? Certainly nothing instantly visible. I've got an issue with one of the nose cones or number on that car. Got a yellow flag as well on the way through. And what has happened to Hallie Hinksman? So Hallie Hinksman has dropped to the back of the field there. So we were looking at mechanical. Sam Hallie Hinksman's been involved in some sort of incident, I think, at the right-hander of the Han hairpin. And he's now dropped to the back of the field. So it's all changed for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. So Scott is now 3rd. Ron Marsden is 4th. So Freddie Cox, the benefactor as well. He's up into 5th place. Kochelek drops down, contact warning for Kochelek. So is that the move that dumped Sam Halley-Hinksman down now into 9th. Freddie Farrell up into 11th place as well on that last lap, and Cassidy Southall and Liam Karloff all made places at the expense of Sam Halley-Hinksman, who drops down to 9th. Right then, last lap becomes checkered flag for Daniel Weir. Archie Cole is going to be fairly home and hold safe into 2nd. Jamie Scott 3rd, Ron Marsden 4th, and Freddie Cox will be very pleased with his first heat's work up into 5th after a pretty terrible qualifying for him. Kochelek then into 6th. Cassidy Southall comes home in 7th. Liam Karloff and Sam Halley-Hinksman, might be a bit of bonus to pick out of that for 8th and 9th. Ben Hoy finishes in 10th. Freddie Farrell comes home 11th with Joe Wood, Ruby Smith and Maximilian Reed finishing off the 14 drivers in Group B of the DRS 100s. That's both the DRS 100 first heats complete. Those drivers will also compete in a pre-final with just their group before they are all put together for the main final later on this afternoon. Remember that DRS 100 grand final is scheduled for 20 to 5. It's our last race of the day. And for those of you just tuning in now, the DRS 62 and DRS 125 grand finals have effectively switched round. 4 o'clock is now the DRS 62 grand final, and 20 past 4 the DRS 125 final. Our next race is the first heat for the DRS 62s. 5 past 1 is the go time, and we'll be back in just a few moments with that first heat for the DRS 62s.
Okay guys, just listen. So we're going to do 2 roll-up laps, okay? And when you're coming up to the start, you need to stay in your lane. You look for the yellow cone, which is the acceleration line. Okay? When the lights go out, then you can race, okay? Everyone understand? Cool.
So, heat number 1 for the DRS 62s, our junior class, our youngest drivers. We've just got one that cannot get started. The 1-1, is it the 1-1-6? Looks to be the DRS 62 of, oh, it's a 1-1-10. So the 1-10 of Indigo Pickering. Just got to wait now just to make sure that everyone else has gone past safely. Indigo can then join the back of this group. And there you have it. So we'll join the back. We'll get into formation with the rest of the DRS 62 drivers, and they will come round to start this first heat. 8 laps plus that one final, 8 minutes plus that one final lap. So remember, you can show your support for the drivers today on YouTube, Facebook. Just looking at the comments, there's some support for the number 55 of Lucas Ezzett from Terry Skinner. So Lucas starts on the inside of the 5th row this time. They'll be led round. They're not going to go this time. They'll be led round by Oscar Walsh and Ewan Scott on that front row. Then it's Jack Robinson, Nat Johnston, row 2, Ashton Redpath, Benjamin Baker, row 3, Oscar Cole, Harley Drake, row 4, and Bailey Wolf and Aaron Haywood on row 5. So another formation lap for these young DRS 62 drivers. Their first heat of the day. The fastest driver in the qualifying session this morning was indeed Oscar Walsh, and that's why the number 3 will have the best line into the first corner. Now, can he find a way through? We've seen a couple of times the driver on the outside of the front row have the best way into Billy's blind. There's probably actually not that much of an advantage from having pole position here. It's such a long way down this main straight. There's little kinks and turns on the way into Billy's blind as well. I'm never actually sure whether it is the best line to have, but he's made the most of it as Oscar Walsh, as the lights go green. Well, he did make the most of it then, but then down the inside went Nat Johnston to try and find a way through. I think Johnston may have come through into second place. He has, but he's under some pressure from Ewan Scott. So Walsh leads, Scott and Johnston second and third. Oh, down the inside goes Johnston, gets it all kind of sideways, but just about manages to hold on. There is a spinner in the right-hander. There's 2 spinners in the right-hander. One of them is parked up on the entrance. Looks like they're beached and can't get through. There was first and second. There's the driver on the right hand of the screen who's just getting restarted now. And there's the spinner, which was the 91 of Tyler Wilson. And the other driver who exited stage left quite quickly, I think, was the 105 of Ashton Redpath, who's just rejoined. It was, because he's at the back of the field at the moment. So Oscar Walsh, Ewan Scott, Nat Johnston, Benjamin Baker. Where is the DRS plate of Jack Robinson down in 6th place? It's not the start that he would have wanted, and he's got some work to do to get on terms with the front 2. Got a penalty for 127 of Jensen Woodhouse for jumping the start. Don't see many of them nowadays, do you? So I suppose the benefit of having timing system. Oh, and there's some contact between a couple of drivers at the back of the field. So there will be a penalty for Jensen Woodhouse, who's currently running in 13th place. Jack Robinson is up 1 place into 5th at the expense of Oscar Cole. Now, who else has made decent inroads. Oscar Roach up into 15th. Daxton Groves is 16th. Indigo Pickering's made a couple of places at the back of the field up to 19th place. So the leaders then, just around 2 minutes of this 8 minutes plus a lap race has gone. And it's the front two, almost as we expected, Walsh and Scott. Now remember, Jack Robinson was top of the timesheets in qualifying for an awful long time. He was the fastest driver for probably about 8 or 9 minutes of the 10-minute session. It was only right at the end of the session where he was dumped down to third. But when it comes to race pace, Robinson has found himself down in 5th place. He's tucked up behind Benjamin Baker, who goes through the S's now. There's your race leader. Contact warning for Tyler Wilson. That's probably that instant we saw earlier on. Tyler Wilson down in 20th place. And the move then over. Here comes the DRS plates alongside. So the battle for Benjamin Baker and Robinson for 4th and 5th is ongoing. And down the inside goes Robinson. Baker has to relinquish the place. And Robinson is up into 4th. Down through the right-hander of Top Bend. Down the hill then comes the race leader Oscar Walsh. The gap between himself and Ewan Scott is half a second, 0.567 of a second. Walsh did his personal best, sorry, Scott did his personal best last time, 46.5 seconds. The fastest lap of the race so far, 45.8 from Ewan Scott. Matt Johnston 6/10 slower than that. So these front two, 45.9 fastest lap for Walsh, 45.8 fastest lap for Scott. But the drivers behind not able to replicate that sort of pace as Robinson moves up into 4th. His next target is the number 5 of Nat Johnston. So Robinson is showing decent pace, 46 flat for him. Fastest lap. He's now chasing Johnston down. He's within a kart length or so as they go through the S's there. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th. Nat Johnston in 3rd, the number 5. 4th place for the DRS plate of Jack Robinson. Was certainly in contention for the championship last season. And down the inside he goes. So he takes that place, rather nonchalant, wasn't he, as he dived down the inside into the left-hander of the horseshoe. Up towards Top Bend they go. So the new 3rd place driver is the DRS plate of Jack Robinson. And the gap between him and 2nd place Ewan Scott is absolutely huge. So I'll be very surprised if he can reel that in the remaining 3 minutes plus a lap that we have of this race, as the new fastest lap of the race for the race leader Oscar Walsh, a 45.8.03. That is the fastest lap of the race so far. And the gap between himself and Ewan Scott is up now to just around about 0.8 of a second. And there's a spinner. And it is Nat Johnston. So Nat Johnston spins on the way into the right-hander. So Nat Johnston's going to drop all the way down to... Where's he going to come out now? Here's the incident. Does he just get it wrong? Oh, yes, he does just get it wrong. Huge amount of opposite lock. We saw that earlier on, didn't we, with... some of the DRS100, it was Liam Karbalov who we saw that with earlier on, DRS100, but that is going to drop Nat Johnston all the way down to, where is he? He's just going to come back round in a moment. Where's he rejoined? So Nat Johnston's rejoined in 10th place, so it's cost him 6 or 7 places. That little spin under braking, really treacherous, isn't it, going down into the Han hairpin. It is slightly off camber. It's a long sweeping corner as well. You've got to be ever so careful on the brakes, and it's caught out Nat Johnston last time round. He's lost 6 places. He's rejoined in 10th. The advantage of that, or the benefactor of that, is Benjamin Baker, Oscar Cole, Bailey Wolfe, Harley Drake and Lucas Ezza. They've all moved up into 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th respectively, as Tyler Wilson and Indigo Pickering have both been into the pits in the last couple of laps as well. So then, we've got 90 seconds or so to go. There is Oscar Walsh just dispatching of a back marker, the race leader. No particular issues for him there. And the gap between himself. And could be a little battle going on here for 2nd and 3rd, because I said Jack Robinson would have too much to do to get on terms with Ewan Scott. He's closed that gap now. God, 6/10 he took out last time round. He did a 45.9, and he's within. Well, he's within a couple of kart lengths, isn't he? How long's he got left? He's going to have 2 laps to go, I think. Maybe he might just get 3 laps because there's a minute remaining on the time. So keep an eye on this battle between Scott and Robinson. Second and third, there's no question around the race leader. Oscar Walsh has just got to keep that DRS kart circulating. He's just got to keep it in the right direction. He has a long look over his right shoulder as he heads out of the Han hairpin. This is the battle then. Second and third through the left-hander of the horseshoe. You can see the contrasting racing lines that they both choose to take. A little bit wider from, or a lot wider from Ewan Scott. Down this long start-finish straight. They kink left and then try and stay left on the way into Billy's blind. A long right-hander, and then they enter the S's, which is just about where they are now. Take a huge chunk of curb on the way in, huge chunk of curb on the way out. So there'll be 2 laps to go here. The time has just a lap, so a lap and a half for these two to squabble over second and third. Although looks quite flat when you look from the side. There's some nice little undulations around this Clay Pigeon racetrack. Here is the battle then. Second and third, Scott and Robinson. Baker, Cole and Drake, 4th, 5th and 6th. Bailey Wolf up to 7th on the last lap. Nat Johnston's making a couple of places as well. He's back up to 8th. Last lap then for these two. Oscar Walsh then leads. He's got a handsome advantage, 4.5 seconds. That's a huge advantage in a 8-minute kart race. Is there going to be a change between these two? Last couple of chances to overtake for Jack Robinson. He's not quite close enough, is he, to get past Ewan Scott. He gets a decent run on the way out of the hairpin. Will he go to the inside? No, because Scott covers it off. It's going to be one corner, I think. Although he goes down the inside, Scott's from very wide. He's now got to defend, and they'll go into top bend together. Has he got away down the inside? I don't think he has. It's always fairly straightforward to defend. It'll be a drag race between these two as they come down the hill towards the start-finish line, and it is indeed Ewan Scott who holds on to second place. Third is Jack Robinson. No question of our race winner, Oscar Walsh, is long gone at the front of this field. So Walsh, Scott, Robinson, 3 drivers you associate with the top few placings in DRS 62, and they've done it again in that order. Benjamin Baker comes home in 4th, Oscar Cole in 5th, Harley Drake a good drive into 6th. Nat Johnston is 7th, Bailey Wolf is 8th, and the top of the academy drivers as well, Oliver Harrison 9th, Lucas Ezza comes home in 10th place. So the DRS62s have just been reliably informed by Andy Cox that our pole setter, Mark Lawrence, 57 years old. 57. So Andy Cox, first of all, said he was 52. So I'll take that as a compliment. But 57 shows the breadth of age ranges, the breadth of, or the fact that the ability is absolutely still there, because he's the fastest of the DRS 125s in qualifying this morning. He'll take his place on the front row for this first heat for the DRS 125s. There he is, pole man, Mark Lawrence, 57 years old. Fantastic stuff. So the challenge for him is to keep the likes of Jack Rigg and Oliver Owen, Tom Snape, the DRS of Firas Bilbezi there on the inside of the third row. As you can see, all of the drivers on the grooved wet weather tyre, of course. As the rain continues to fall here, I think we've got to have it set in for the day. So the drivers, I think the issue for a lot of the drivers is it's never the same. Every time you go out in the wet conditions, there's always slightly different challenges. Unlike the dry, where you have that layer of consistency about everything that happens, in the wet, it just never feels the same from session to session. The circuit might be slightly wetter, slightly drier. Tyres will change. Tyre pressures go up and down. Tyre wear changes. Remember, these aren't like Formula One tyres where effectively new sets are plentiful. Drivers will use single sets of tyres for different race weekends. And there you get a really clear view of the groove tyre. Effectively disperses the water, that's what the grooves are all about. They disperse the water as the drivers take the wet groove tyre through them. But they do a very decent job. And to good effect, these DRS 125 drivers are using them. So have we a little spinner there? We have a spinner there. It's not a little spin either. It's a very decent sized spin. Let's just see who that was. I think they've all rejoined, haven't they? Yes, they have. So it'll be the driver at the back of the field. Just seeing them go round now. It's the 320 of JJ McGinn. A little bit of cross-country for him as he got used to these new tyres, used to the new conditions around this Clay Pigeon circuit. Just over 800 metres of tarmac for them to navigate round. As we say, it's our final heat of the day. If you're just tuning in now, feel free to interact with us via Facebook and YouTube. Daniel Gould's just been asking on YouTube about the nose cone. So as Andy Cox was explaining to us before, it's part of the new CIK homologation. Almost an F duct on the nose cone, helps to reduce the resistance. I've seen in comparative testing that's slightly quicker than the old nose cone. I wonder what effects it has in the wet conditions. We'll have to ask the drivers when we speak to them later on. How we go? We are go. First time of asking down the inside. Does the pole man manage to hold on to his lead? It's very tight between Lawrence and I think Oliver Owen in second place. Or it's not. It's the it is five of Oliver Owen in second place. Will he have a look down the inside of Lawrence? Yes, he will. He almost went to the outside and sold him a dummy as they went into the right hander of the hand hairpin. Now they're into the left of the horseshoe, and the new leader is Oliver Owen. Lawrence is in second place, goes to the inside and tries to find a way through at Buttons, and then up towards the top bend, the paddock corner for the first time. And all these DRS 125 drivers stretch their legs into the right-hander of Billy's blind once more. Up into the S's comes Oliver Owen from the outside of the front row. Now finds himself through that dive down the inside here just a lap ago. He's now in command and in control of this first DRS 125 heat. Goes through Buttons once more, down towards top bend, and then they swing all the way down. It's a long right-handed straight. They come over start finish, they start to swing left, they get the right line or look for the right line into Billy's blind. And what I would say is that Mark Lawrence showed good pace towards the end of the qualifying session. So have they set that kart up? Have they set that Daniel Ricciardo kart up to come on late during this first heat? And would we expect Lawrence to start to apply pressure as the session goes on? We're just looking at the leaders now, and the battle for second and third between Tom Snape, the number 4, and Jack Rigg, the number 6, who are having a good old ding-dong, aren't they, over third and fourth place at the moment. Ben Gartside is 5th, Firas Bilbezi 6th, and Tommy Welsh, JJ McGee and Carl Watt 7th, 8th and 9th. Oliver Owen does the fastest lap of the race so far, so he has hooked it up here out front. The race leader, Oliver Owen, second fastest in qualifying earlier on this morning in these conditions, but actually not showing any sort of pace deficit. In fact, he's pulling away from Mark Lawrence at the moment, who's got to be careful he doesn't come under pressure from Jack Rigg in third. The gap between Lawrence and Rigg fairly static. The only driver that made big inroads, Ben Gartside, took 3/10 out of Tom Snape in his quest to get on terms for 4th place last time round. Another fastest lap from Oliver Owen. So Oliver Owen is lapping around about 7/10 of a second quicker than Mark Lawrence at the moment. So he's cruising away here at the front of this field. The gap is up to 1.6 seconds between Owen and Lawrence. Really narrow line. Here's the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. And as we said before, Snape and Gartside. Has Gartside found a way through? I think he has on the last lap as well. Here's the move. Down the inside. Is there a touch of contact? No, it looks pretty clean to me. Drivers have to accept that you're always going to be a little bit ungamely, a little bit on the limit in the wet conditions as well. You dive to the inside, you lose some of that natural grip from the racing line. You are going to gather a handful of opposite lock. You are going to gather a handful of oversteer. Once you're into the corner, when we talk about understeer and oversteer, you'll have seen it used many times before if you're a regular subscriber to the Daniel Ricciardo Series here on Facebook and YouTube. But effectively in the wet conditions, when the drivers turn the steering wheel, it goes straight on. That is understeer. That is the mechanical grip. The car having to wait to get the mechanical grip from the tyres. And then sometimes when you see the back end slip, that's caused by oversteer. So when the front end does grip, it does bite into the corner. It effectively kicks the back end out, slides the back end, and you go from having no front end grip to no rear end grip very quickly. Which just goes to show you the sort of challenges that these drivers have to face, the sort of things they have to combat, and the skill that is required to get one of these DRS Series karts around this circuit here for round 1 of the 2022 championship. And at the moment, it is Oliver Owen that's doing the best job at the front of this field. A little bit quicker from Mark Lawrence, does a personal best for him, 43 flat, but Oliver Owen is the only driver to have ducked under the 43-second barrier. His fastest lap of the race, 42.8. 2/10 of a second at least quicker than everybody else out there is the race leader. So Oliver Owen, Mark Lawrence. I'll be interested to see how Oliver Owen's made his pace, as there's a few more battles going down throughout the field involving Tom Snape, Firas Bilbezi, Tommy Welsh there as well in that battle for 6th, 7th and 8th. And Carl Watt is the last of the runners at the moment in 9th place. Interested to see what Oliver Owen can attribute the increase in pace to. Second best just ever so slightly in the qualifying session. Now he's not just out front, but out front and 3/4 tenths a lap quicker than Mark Lawrence, although Mark Lawrence has just done his personal best of 42.9, which on that last lap was just over 2.5 tenths quicker than Owen. So whether Owen's just taking his foot off the gas a little bit at 2.5 seconds clear, well, he hasn't, because he's just done the fastest lap of the race. So good response from Oliver Owen. 42.5 for him, 42.9 for Mark Lawrence last time round, so another half a second taken by the race leader. Jack Rigg still third, Gartside fourth. Now, what's the distance between Rigg and Gartside? It's maybe 6-7 kart lengths at the moment. Gartside's got 3 or 4 kart lengths advantage over Tom Snape, who in turn has got a couple of kart lengths ahead of Firas Bilbezi, who has a very, very narrow line through the left-hander of the horseshoe. We've got, what have we got? A minute or so to go here for our final heat of the day. Remember, all these drivers have completed a qualifying session. They've completed or about to have completed a first heat. And into the final lap will come the race leader. Will he cut the timing beam before the time is up? He's got 14 seconds to get down here. I think he is, isn't he? He's going to easily do it. So 2 laps to go then for the race leader. That's one of those moments where he will have been willing the time away, because if he'd have been 10 seconds slower, this would be the last lap, and he would know that he's just got to keep it all together. Tell you what there is at the moment, there's a little bit more spray out there than there has been before. Rain's come down a little bit heavier in the last 5 or 10 minutes. Just kicking up a little bit more spray, these DRS125 karts. Just see it coming off the back wheels there as the leader goes through Buttons and heads towards Top Bend. This time will be the last lap. So the time is up, the 8 minutes are up. And now the leaders are on their way, or the leader is on his way towards the checkered flag. He's got half a lap to go here as he heads out of the S's. Here is the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and Bilbezi has got past Snape, hasn't he, on that last lap. So Firas Bilbezi has got past Tom Snape, so Gartside is 4th. Now it's Bilbezi into 5th. It's Tom Snape, the number 4, down to 6th place, and Tommy Welsh into 7th. We will speak to a couple of the DRS125 drivers before the pre-final, give us an indication of how they see the conditions at the moment as the race leader becomes the race winner. And Oliver Owen then crosses the line with a really healthy 4-second advantage over Mark Lawrence. Jack Rigg comes through in 3rd. Ben Gartside 4th. Bilbezi holds on just about to his 5th place at the expense of Tom Snape. Tommy Welsh in 7th. JJ McGinn is about to cross the line. He's just coming round the top bend now. He will come through into 8th place, and then Carl Watt will round out this 9-driver category. And we will take the opportunity for a short break. For those of you who turn into the action for the afternoon session, you're looking to rejoin us just around about 20 past 2. That's the scheduled off time for the pre-final for DRS Group A. We look forward to seeing you then with all the rest of the action for the DRS Daniel Ricciardo Series Round 1 here at Clay Pigeon. We'll see you shortly. he goes. There's a little bit of contact between the two of them. Oh, contact. There's contact. And there's contact between Cheryl Powell and Campbell Pilling. And welcome back to the dummy grid here at Clay Pigeon. We're about to get underway with our finals, starting with the pre-final for the DRS100 Group A. We're going to nip down to the dummy grid and see who we can find. The weather, by the way, is still, well, it's pretty wet. It's coming down a little bit heavier than it was earlier on. We're going to head to the front row. We're going to try and grab a quick chat with Tristan Powell. We'll try and coordinate our umbrellas between us to cover all the rain. Tristan, what a good start in terms of finding a little bit more pace than you had in the qualifying session earlier on. What do you put that down to?
We knew we had extra pace in us. Just trying to get past on the start, keeping it clean, and just pushed towards Charlie. Managed to get past and just kept it on the road.
Because you had to do a bit of chasing, didn't you? The gap was quite big to start with, and you sort of reeled him in slowly but surely. Were you always confident that you could get there?
I was just thinking at the start that he got away, and then I started to close the gap a little bit, started to pick up the pace, and then caught him.
Great stuff. So Tristan Powell, who starts on the inside of the front row, courtesy of that Heat 1 win. We're going to nip on the other side of the front row and see Charlie Ratford, if I can nip under his umbrella. Charlie, a little bit of pace to find based on the first heat. How are you going to go about doing that?
Last race we did have a bit of an issue with the understeer, so hopefully that will be solved. Find us a few more temps, and then hopefully we can overtake Tristan, which won't be easy. He's quick, but hopefully we can.
I spoke about the start here because I'm not sure it's always that much of an advantage to be on the inside of the front row because of that little kink as you go into Billy's. Is that something that you're looking at? If you can get alongside, get a decent run, you could actually be in front by the time you get to the right-hander.
Yeah, hopefully, and try and hold it around the outside of the second corner, and then hopefully have the inside for the chicane.
Great stuff. And in terms of the championship, obviously new year, got some pace as well. How optimistic are you for a really good showing?
Yeah, hoping for a podium this season, and then, well, I would like to win, but I know that won't be easy, but a podium, I'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, and absolutely in the right position to do it. Well done, and all the best for the pre-final. So we're about to get under the way with our first of the pre-finals, the DRS100 Group A. We'll be back here in a few moments' time to speak to their opposite numbers in Group B. But for now, welcome back and enjoy the first pre-final of the day with the DRS100s. So that pre-final then is on the grid and ready to go. It's a short hop for me from the dummy grid back into our commentary position here, right over the start-finish line as we look down towards a rain-soaked, sodden Clay Pigeon Raceway. Rain is certainly heavier than it has been for most of the day, to be honest. We've just had a little downpour. It's now fairly constant and heavy. And the drivers, this is what I was saying earlier on, the drivers will have a different challenge now to the one that they had earlier on. The wet conditions, very changeable. sometimes when it rains a little bit more, you actually get a little bit more grip because the wet tyres can actually do their job and cut the surface water from underneath them. So we spoke to the front two in this Group A DRS100 pre-final. They'll be led out by Tristan Powell. Very happy with his pace. Knew that he had more pace from the qualifying session as well. And its role was reversed, really. It was Charlie Ratford who had all that pace in qualifying. And they think they had a little problem. So let's see if they've fixed that problem. Let's see if they can get themselves up and around the pace that Tristan Powell showed in the first of the heats. Don't rule out any of the drivers from the row behind as well. All very capable, all have shown pace at different times. What you do tend to see with the wet conditions is we don't tend to see as much bumper-to-bumper close racing. The variables are that much more extreme. The mistakes are that much easier to make. But certainly drivers from the back of the grid, very, very capable of coming through in these wet conditions. Your seeded drivers like Bryn Calder, who you can see at the far end of your shot there, will be looking to pick up as many places as he possibly can. Shamrian Powell, the inside of row 2. Nice to see that they got a colour-coordinated umbrella to go with a helmet. And on the other side of the second row is the 128 of Oscar Walmsley-Jones. So those front four have all shown, certainly over a long, long time now, a capability of being right at the front of this pre-final. Let's see how they sort themselves out. There's a good shot of the new nose cone that we've been talking about. The new F-duct, Andy Cox called it. It's worth speaking to some drivers about the impact of that, which we will do later on. Certainly the drivers that were in and amongst the series last season and can have a direct comparison in terms of new bodywork. So Tristan Powell there, just awaiting the start. The scheduled off time is indeed 20 past the hour, so we're just a minute or two away from that. Always intrigues me that some drivers just have different mannerisms, different ways that they want to approach the start of races. Some will sit in, focus, concentrate, put themselves in a little bubble. Some will take the time. We've seen Tristan Powell out of the car until probably the last minute. Other drivers stood up. Some, as I say, just taking their time to acclimatise to the surroundings, just focusing on the job in hand. And there is our poleman with clear road in front of him. He'll dictate the pace of the rolling lap as the umbrellas disappear, which is a sure sight that we're about to get underway here. So our poleman is now on board. Start will be really interesting here. We've spoken a lot about how much an advantage is the supposed inside of the front row heading into Billy's. I wonder what percentage of drivers into this first corner here actually come from the outside row because of the left kink at Billy's blind and actually end up in the lead before they actually get to the first official corner, which is the right-hander, as they sweep right through Billy's and then on to the S's. If you are brave and you can get a little jump and a little drop at the start, there is reward to be had from being on the outside of the front row. Here they come then. And you can instantly see just through looking at that great shot of the spray that's now coming up off the tyres that we didn't have before. So we didn't have as much spray before as we now have. And that's because of that extra rain that's fallen in the last hour or so. It's fair to say, fair to assume that we aren't going to get any dry running today. So the pre-final, which takes place over 8 minutes, plus that one final flying lap, the same as the heats. But wherever you start, you finish the pre-final, you will effectively start the grand final. So for these guys, it's not just about doing well in this race. This is a qualification race, effectively, to get them into the A final. There is a B final, a second chance final for all the back runners in the DRS100 class. And then it will be when we say grand final, we mean grand final for the DRS100s, because it will bring both groups together, the best drivers, the quickest drivers on circuit all at the same time. We'll see that this afternoon at 4:40. The last race of the day should be an absolute cracker. But for now, we've got a pre-final to deal with for Group A, led by Tristan Powell. On the outside of him is Charlie Radford, Sherry-Ann Powell and Oscar Walmsley-Jones on row 2. Who will get into the first corner first? They're really well formed, really nicely formed as they come down. Who will blink first and hit the accelerator? A little bit of gamesmanship between these two. They're very slow, very, very slow as they come up to the line. Well, I've not seen a start like that for ages. Right then, it is Powell who gets in the first corner first. It's almost like slow motion, wasn't it? It didn't want to blink into that first corner. Now then, who's lost out here? So it is Powell who's going to the first corner first. Then it's just behind Charlie Radford. And then, as they sort themselves out, I think it's Maximilian Salarski, Oscar Walmsley-Jones and Sherry-Ann Powell, who seems to have dropped down to 5th. He's under pressure for that 5th place as well. Salarski is squabbling with Oscar Walmsley-Jones for 3rd and 4th. But the best of the starts was from Tristan Powell. Now then, let's see where this pace is that we expect to see from Charlie Radford. And look at Salarski as well, because Salarski has got the bit between his teeth. He's looking right down the barrel at Charlie Radford. Salarski made 2 places on the first lap. Sherry-Ann Powell lost 2 places. We've got a yellow flag as well. There's a little bit of contact between Radford and Salarski, and that's allowed Walmsley-Jones to come alongside Salarski around the outside. Can he make something stick? He can't, but he might just dip that back down on the inside, and he has done. Can he hold on into the horseshoe? No. Salarski then to the outside. We've got another spinner into the left-hander. Have they all got through? No, and I think, just trying to see, one of them must be, I'm just looking a bit further back, sideways from Salarski. Just seeing one of them, I think, was the 148 of Tuscany Groves at the back of the field. So Tristan Powell, Charlie Radford. Let's just take a moment to get the order right as Salarski dives to the inside, chunks over the curb, but has taken 2nd place away from Charlie Radford. So Salarski then finally makes it stick down the inside as he tries to come back at him. Radford, they're going to come side by side up to the horseshoe. This time, sweeps over goes Maximilian Salarski, and he has made it stick on Charlie Radford. So new 2nd place driver, has he got the pace to get onto Tristan Powell? So as that's more pace in the Radford camp, certainly doesn't look that way at the moment. And if he's not careful, he could fall into the clutches of Sherry-Ann Powell as well. In 5th place at the moment is Sherry-Ann, with a huge gap back then to Henry Foote and Daniela Sutton. Over the line they come once more. We've got a warning for the 152 of Ethan Critchley. Now Critchley all the way down in 12th at the moment. So Tristan Powell, Max Salarski, Oscar Walmsley-Jones, front 3. Dylan Briley, one of last year's stars of the DRS100, showing his support on YouTube for our race leader, Tristan Powell, who is coming under increasing pressure from Maximilian Salarski. Took half a second out of him on the previous lap. Half a second taken between the front 2. The gap's now down to 4/10 of a second. He took another 3/10 on that last lap, and in just a couple of corners, he's going to be absolutely right there with the race leader. Down towards the Han hairpin, named after a great of British karting, Neil Han. Into the left. Selassie has a little look. He's going to get the door shut on him. He certainly wasn't far enough down the inside to make it stick that time. And rightfully so. Tristan Powell says no, if you're going to have a look. But he is going to have a look down the inside, which makes one of the very rare moves we see into the right-hander at top bend. And we have a new race leader then in the shape of Maximilian Selassie. Won at Houghton Park last year at the start of the season. Can he win at the start of the season here? He leads this pre-final, and they've certainly found some pace, haven't they? Certainly found some pace for Maximilian Selassie. Tristan Powell then, can he hold on? Third place for Oscar Walmsley-Jones. Charlie Radford is now under pressure from Sherry-Ann Powell, the number 6. So we've got 8th in last year's championship against 6th in last year's championship. The leader was 3rd in last year's championship, and he's on his merry way down and over start finish once more. 3 minutes to go here. Through the S's comes our leader. Here is the battle for 4th and 5th with Radford and Powell. They both head to the outside, take the best possible line into the Han hairpin. They come up and swing back to the right to get the best line. Here she comes. Sherry-Ann's down the inside, and Sherry-Ann Powell has taken away 4th place from Charlie Radford, who just tries to attack on the way into the Buttons corner. Can't make it stick, and that was a good indicator, wasn't it? Charlie Radford came out of Buttons and had a look over his right shoulder as if to say, who's next? Who's the next one that's coming after me? Because he has been a little bit of a sitting duck in this pre-final. Hasn't managed to show the pace that he had in qualifying or earlier on in today after being 2nd in one of the heats. Sherry-Ann Powell now displaces him from 4th. Her next target is Oscar Walmsley-Jones. So now then we're going to get a really good indication of pace. We're going to know exactly what these front 4 have got. They've all got clear air. The next couple of laps will be really interesting just to see if they did get track position amongst each other, who would have the advantage, if anybody. And if they're all around a similar time, we really want them to have track position, and we could have a really exciting grand final later on. Remember, that grand final, you're also going to add in a whole host of other drivers from the B group who are on next. We've got a yellow flag on the way into the Han hairpin, which is where our leaders are, but the yellow flag looks to be for the 148 of Tuscany Grove. So Tuscany Grove's down in 13th at the moment. Top rookie is Archie Potter in 12th. Ethan Critchley just ahead of him. Henry Foote is in 8th place, been called as 7th. We said he might try to come through the field. Aaron Mentor is 9th. Kai Newman in 10th. Daniela Sutton as well, doing a good job in 6th place at the moment. Let's do some blue flags. There are blue flags out for Tuscany Groves because Selassie, got held up, got really held up, did Max Selassie as he came out of the chicane. He managed to get past in the end, but he hit Tuscany Groves right on the exit of the corner and then had to wait a little bit. He got a little bit impatient himself to try and find a way through, but he got there in the end, and his lead is pretty much still intact. Let's get the lap times next time round. We're just closing to the closing stages of this race. It will be a last lap board. Will he get this? Be really tight. 3, 4, 2, 1. I think he just got through before the last lap. Literally, if he'd have let off a little bit, this would have been his last lap. It's not. He's got 2 to go. Right, lap times then. Last time round, Selassie 43.8, but that included the little hold up with Tuscany Groves as a back marker. 43.7 for Tristan Powell. 43.4 for Oscar Walmsley-Jones. Now, Walmsley-Jones has come on really strongly in the closing stage of this race from a pace perspective. Sherry-Ann Powell, 43.7. Charlie Radford, 43.9. Nobody else is in the 43s. Daniela Sutton, 44.4. Bryn Calder, 44.2. So we have 4-5 drivers in the 43s. One driver, really. 42.8 for Max Selassie last time round. So Maximilian Salarski just showing everybody what he's capable of. And again, let's just see how that compares to the B group later on. A 42.8, Salarski's fastest lap. We've got a spinner. Oh, right in front of the leader as well. The 131 of Isaac Kite just rejoined right as Salarski was coming around the corner, and Salarski will have just held his breath for a moment or two then, just to make sure he got through cleanly. He did in the end. He's going to come through and win the race. It's a super drive from Maximilian Salarski to win the pre-final. Tristan Powell comes home in second. Another good drive as well from him. Oscar Walmsley-Jones in third. A personal best on the last lap as well, 43.4. Sherry-Ann Powell, 43.6. A personal best on her last lap in fourth. Charlie Radford came home in fifth with Daniela Sutton, Brink Holder, Aaron Mensah, Henry Foote and Kai Newman. They were the top 10. Kai Newman actually just got ahead of Henry Foote on that last lap. Archie Potter, Ethan Critchley, Jake Woodrow, Isaac Kite and Tuscany Groves rounded out our top 15 for Group A of the DRS 100s. So Salarski then taking maximum points from the pre-final and a front row place, you would imagine, for the grand final later on this afternoon. His work is done until 20 to 4, but plenty more action to come, including Group B for the DRS 100s. They're due off in around about 8 minutes time, so we'll head down to the dummy grid and see if we can grab hold of a couple of drivers who may be in contention for this pre-final, the next race of the day, the pre-final for the DRS 100s. So Group B for the DRS 100s are on the grid at the moment. We've got lots of potential winners of this race, even from the rows a little bit further back. I'm going to head a bit further back. I'm going to go around the outside. I'm going to speak to Jamie Scott first, if I possibly can. So Jamie, step up in category. What's the biggest difference you've seen?
They've got a lot more power than the cadets, so hopefully I can do well in this race, but yeah. And
generally we see close racing on all of our DRS categories, but DRS 100 always gives us action-packed races. Do you think it stood you in good stead being a DRS 62 driver and then stepping up into this class knowing how close it's going to be?
It's a lot faster, so then it's like closer as the battles are faster.
And a great start as well on the inside of the second row. What can you do from here?
Hopefully I could just like follow Daniel through and just like go to the end pretty much.
Great stuff. All the best for this race. We'll just go back one more and see if we can grab Freddie Cox on the inside of the third row. Freddie, it's better, isn't it? There certainly wasn't the start you'd have wanted in qualifying this morning, but I suppose to be here is a better result.
Yeah, we struggled a lot with the setup this morning, but I think we might have got it now, so we'll have to see how it works.
And it is different now, isn't it, from this morning? It was more damp and greasy, and although it was persistent, it wasn't really heavy rain. It is a bit heavier now. There is a bit more surface water. How much different are you expecting it to be?
Yeah, I think the track's constantly changing, but as I said, we'll see with the setup because it's quite different what we've chose. So.
And the target from here, a couple more places would keep you happy?
The aim's to win it, but yeah, we'll see.
Good man. All the best for the pre-final. As we said, these DRS 100 drivers split into two groups this weekend. This is the B group about to start their pre-final, and then the drivers who don't make it into the A final will have another chance through a B final, a repechage, if you like, a second chance final due later on this afternoon, and then we'll get the best of both groups for that grand final at 4:45 this afternoon. We'll be back in a few moments with the pre-final for the DRS 100 B group.
Start your engines!
The 153 is one of the drivers that we've just spoken to, one of the drivers that we expected to be right up there. He's not actually made it just yet out onto the racetrack. So Jamie Scott has got a problem. They can't get it started. They're now going with a manual starter. And they got it started. He nearly ran the dummy grid marshal up. He wasn't positioned in quite the smartest of places right in front of him as they were spinning the wheels. Have they got it sorted? Could he not have gone now and raced up behind them? I don't think he needs to wait until they're all... Well, he is going to wait, but he surely have been better when it first started getting out and getting half a lap under his belt. They will go round again and he will rejoin the group. Some last minute instructions from the officials. So now he's got a job to go and get his place back. He's got to go and dive in amongst. He's got to do a little bit of overtaking. So then, a couple of drivers as well that in this group that are a little bit further back, but we know are quick enough. So Liam Karloff starting on the inside of row 4, and Sam Halley-Hinksman as well. Don't rule him out, the number 140. Dylan Briley on YouTube. He's backing Sam Halley-Hinksman. Probably quite a big ask for him where he is on the grid, but we know he's got the pace. Somebody like Dylan Briley would certainly know what he's talking about. He's been here, been in amongst this group, knows people's strengths and weaknesses. We are going to go again. I think Jamie Scott has just about got himself back into where he should be on the second row. So they've done 3 formation laps now. They've been around a whole host of times. Daniel Weir will lead us off, by the way. We've done all this talking about it. We're not actually mentioned the pole man yet. So Daniel Weir, courtesy of that first heat win. And he was fastest in the DRS100 B group qualifying as well. Archie Cole alongside. And then you've got Jamie Scott, Ron Marsden, Freddie Cox, James Kochelek, Cassidy Southall. What a good start from Cassidy Southall. Up into 7th, starting 7th, then Karloff, then Halley-Hinksman. Lots of drivers who could be very close here, coming from mid-pack as well. Here they come to the lights. Weir and Cole, who'll get the best of the starts? It looks like Cole. He had a little hesitation, didn't he? But he has got there. Ooh, is that going to go? Is that going to go? It was very tight. It was strange. It was almost like Archie Cole realised that he was maybe just slightly ahead of Daniel Weir, and then he hesitated, and then he planted the throttle again, and he was already in front. So fair play to him. He got the jump as they went over the start-finish line. And he has made the best of the start. So Cole it is who leads. Daniel Weir is second, and here comes Jamie Scott down the inside. So Weir is not having the start that he would have wanted, not having it all his own way. All of a sudden he's dropped back into 3rd place as they come round to complete the first lap of this DRS100 B pre-final. And it is indeed Archie Cole, Jamie Scott, Daniel Weir. Freddie Cox is up 1 place into 4th. And he's... Oh, look at the little attack there from Weir on Scott. Didn't make it stick this time. Just behind them is Freddie Cox. Now, Freddie Cox spoke to us on the grid about having a setup change. Think they found a little bit more. Certainly looks that way, doesn't it? He's just cruising on the back now of Daniel Weir. And it just goes to show you how a little improvement can make a massive difference in terms of setup, in terms of understanding how these drivers give feedback to mechanics, parents, helpers. Just try and get the absolute best out of these karts. Weir again just tucked in behind Jamie Scott in second. Now while this is all going on, it is playing into the hands of the race leader. So Archie Cole, who's still at the front of this field, he's got an advantage of just around about a second over these front 2. Jamie Scott is really wide on the exit of the right-hander at the Han hairpin. His exit is much wider than Daniel Weir, but it's working for him at the moment. Weir is still in 3rd. 4th is Freddie Cox. Down the hill they come. 5th place then for Ron Marsden. Liam Karloff is in 6th. He's at the back of this train of drivers. And there's the 150 of James Kochelek. Then Cassidy Southall is 8th. Sam Halley-Hinksman is 9th. Maximilian Reed is 10th. Ben Hoy, Joe Wood, Freddie Farrell, Ruby Smith, and then Eldon Holland. Fastest lap of the race so far belongs to the race leader. And that's that wide line I was telling you about before from Jamie Scott. So it's just doing enough to keep Daniel Weir at bay. They're lapping about a 10th of a second slower than the race leader. Jamie Scott really needs to get out front, doesn't he? He needs to get less worried about Weir behind him and start to put in some consistent laps to try and just close this gap on the race leader. Let's just have a look at the sector times. Scott went a 10th of a second quicker on the last lap than the race leader, and look at Cox as well, just tucking right up on the back of Weir as they went into the hairpin. And then they come up towards the horseshoe. Freddie Cox 4th place, Daniel Weir is 3rd, 2nd is Jamie Scott, and they're all chasing Archie Cole. He went a 10th of a second quicker in sector 1, did Scott. Sector 2 was pretty similar for the front two. Let's see as they cross start finish now. They've completed 5 laps. More importantly, they've got 4 minutes still to go. He was 2 tenths quicker, Jamie Scott. He had an excellent last sector around the horseshoe and the top bend. He took a quarter of a second out of the race leader that time. Just keep an eye on this gap, because not only is Jamie Scott just trying and starting to reel in Archie Cole, just look at the drivers behind Freddie Cox, the likes of Ron Marsden, Liam Carboff, James Kochelek. They're all within a touching distance of each other, and any sort of squabbling between these front 3 or 4, the rest of them would close right up, wouldn't they, into contention. 162 of Cassidy Southall. Under a little bit of pressure from Sam Halley-Hinksman. About a 10th of a second between those two. But again, they're not a million miles away from a couple of the drivers in front either. So the gap between the leaders. Have we had a response from Archie Cole? Well, sort of. He didn't go much quicker, but Jamie Scott did go a little bit slower. So I wonder if he just lost a little bit of momentum on that last lap. Round the right-hander and down the hill once more comes the race leader. Down this long straight towards start finish. And into Billy's blind, this long right-hander that you can see now. This is the S's, where they are now. That's the gap between 1st and 2nd. 3rd is Weir. 4th is Cox. Now, even though they've been closer on a couple of laps, there's been no move. There was certainly no move on Weir, by Weir, onto Scott, or nothing onto Weir by Cox. So, close, but not quite close enough to make a difference. And Archie Cole is just doing enough at the front of this field. James Kochelek's got past Liam Carbloff and up into 6, and there's Freddie Farrell who's dropped to the back of the field, so it's a place improvement for Ben Hoy, Joe Wood, Eldon Holland, who's made 2 places, and Ruby Smith, and now Kochelek goes past Ron Marsden. So just keep an eye on James Kochelek, because he's the quickest man on the circuit at the moment, 43.557. His next target is Freddie Cox. And he's still got the best part of 2 minutes here, so probably got 4 laps to go. So Cox might want to get aggressive here, might want to start having a go at Daniel Weir, or he could have come under some pressure from James Kochelek in 5th place. The front 4 stretched out last lap, a couple of attempts taken again by Jamie Scott. The gap's 8 tenths of a second. I wonder if Jamie Scott's just thinking, right, I can really have a push now. I can really try and turn the screw. I've probably got 3 laps to go. And he is now there or thereabouts, isn't he? He was great through sector 1, was Jamie Scott. I wonder if there's a little mistake from Archie Cole, and that's just lit up the eyes of Jamie Scott, and all of a sudden Scott can smell some blood here. A bit wide, a little bit untidy from Archie Cole. Needs to keep it nice and neat just to stop this little advance from Jamie Scott. Where were they in sector 1? Pretty similar. Sector 2, attempts quicker from Archie Cole, so it is a good response. I think he made a mistake last time round, and that led to that gap coming down, but he's responded well as Archie Cole. So Weir now, and look at Kochelet, because he's got past Cox, and now he's all over the back of Daniel Weir for third place. Tries to go to the outside, now he goes to the inside. Oh, there's a little bit of contact between the two of them. Hand off the wheel from Daniel Weir. I'd worry about getting around the corner first before you take your hands off the wheel. And now he comes under more pressure into top bend. The three of these in the battle for third, fourth and fifth. Down the hill they come. It'll be a drag race between at least two of them. To the outside comes Kochelet. Weir to the inside. He just held off the advance. There was a little bit of contact as they went into the left-hander. But two drivers off the road as well through the right-hander of the hairpin. Here is this battle for third, fourth and fifth. Weir, Kochelet and Cox. Weir to the inside. He'll just switch back to the inside, Kochelet, on the way out of this corner. He has done. Has he got enough of a run up the hill? Now Weir is to the inside, side by side, holds on to the place. Kochelet to the inside again. He will make it stick this time. Will Weir lose another place? No, he holds on. Here comes Cox down the inside of Kochelet. Doesn't manage to make it stick. Third, fourth and fifth. No change at the front either. It's going to be no change for the win. It's the last lap for the rest of them. Over the line goes Archie Cole. Is going to be a change further back? No. Jamie Scott second, Daniel Weir third, held off the advances of James Kochelet. Freddie Cox in fifth, Ron Marsden sixth, and the top rookie driver Liam Karbloff in seventh. Sam Halley-Hinksman did get past Cassidy Southall for eighth place. Maximilian Reed was 10th, and Ellen Holland, a good drive in the end to recover up into 11th. Pre-final for the DRS 62s on the grid and just about ready to go. We are scheduled for a 3 o'clock start, so by my calculations, we've got about 2 minutes to go before we get underway. The umbrellas are up because the weather's probably as bad as it has been all day in terms of persistent heavy rain. Not quite the extent of some of the rain we saw last year. Fulbeck in particular was a monsoon for times. Remember, we had to have a short break, didn't we, at Fulbeck, just to make sure that the conditions were safe. It's certainly not that bad, but we're certainly having some April showers in May here at Clay Pigeon. And the track conditions will change and the drivers will have to adapt and deal with new challenges. And the challenge will be for the likes of Jack Robinson, Oscar Walsh, Ewan Scott, Nat Johnston. There's the DRA of Bailey Wolf. So Oscar Walsh then, just getting himself ready. The last little pep talk. You'll have Jack Robinson breathing down his neck, no doubt, as they go over start-finish. You'll have Ewan Scott to tend with from the other side, and then Benjamin Baker. And off they go to get their formation lap underway. I think we've got one that's just struggling to get away there. It's the 1-2-1 of Harley Drake, who had a good start position as well, so Harley will want to get on terms quickly. He'll be able to take that grid slot back on the formation lap. They'll probably do two anyway. Every other group has done 2 formation laps, and I think with the changeable conditions, it's probably the best solution as well for these drivers, a safer solution, just to give them the chance to get used to some new surroundings, new weather conditions. So Oscar Walsh, courtesy of his first heat win, lines up on the inside of the front row. Ewan Scott alongside him, Jack Robinson behind him. So second formation lap, I expect them to certainly attempt to go this time. Although we have got a driver, haven't we, on the way into the hairpin where they are now. There's just a driver stuck on the outside of the circuit there. Just gonna rejoin at the back of the field. It's one of the rookie drivers. Quite well spread out at the back. They're really well formed at the front, but quite well spread out is the 110 of Indigo Pickering. will just join onto the back of this group. So Walsh, Scott, Robinson, Baker, all heading into the first corner with a view to coming out on top. Here they are then. Slowed down as they head towards the line, almost eyeballing each other. Who's going to get the advantage? Walsh then does have the inside line, managed to hold on as they head into the right-hand. There's contact behind, there's contact between 2 or 3 drivers, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, as they all stream through once more. It was contact certainly involving Nat Johnston, who'd gone down the inside. I think he just touched the back of Jack Robinson. Robinson went a little sideways, but actually it was Johnston that came off the worst, because he's now back in 7th or 8th place, just trying to get away past Harley Drake, the 1-2-1, who did manage to recover from that incident on the starting grid. So down the hill comes the leaders. And his first goal got a penalty of jump start for the 105 of Aston Redpath. Now, where's Aston Redpath in the general classification? Down in 13th at the moment. So who are the big winners on the first lap? Bailey Wolf made 3 places up into 5th. Tyler Wilson made a couple. Lewin Aid made a couple into 18th. Tyler Wilson's 14th. Who are the drivers that lost a lot? Daxton Groves lost a couple of places. 9th in last year's championship, having a real struggle here this weekend in the wet conditions at round 1 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series at Clay Pigeon. If Daxton's been off in the last lap and now having to do a bit of a recovery drive back up the field. Here is the leader, Oscar Walsh, looking to make it 2 from 2. Ewan Scott, Benjamin Baker, Jack Robinson. Now this is almost the same theme that the first race was, that where we saw Robinson just struggle a little bit in the early stages. He had to spend some time trying to find a way past Benjamin Baker and Nat Johnston at the time. He's now struggling to find a way past Baker again, and needs to do so to try and get on terms with the 2 who are scampering away at the front of this field. We know that Robinson has pace, there's no question or doubt about that, but he hasn't got track position at the moment. Even if he gets away past, he's absolutely squabbling, these 2, aren't they? They're absolutely scrapping over 3rd and 4th. No quarter given, none taken. And Baker just looks round and says, no, it's not that easy. You're going to have to work a bit harder. They're absolute wheel to wheel, down, start, finish. Will Baker try and go around the outside now and get the inside line into Billy's? He does. Just about misses each other as they go to the S's. Does Baker go down the inside again? No. And finally, after spending more or less a whole lap trying to go side by side with Benjamin Baker, Jack Robinson is back up into 3rd place. So then, has he got the pace to get on terms with these front 2? The gap between Walsh and Scott is around about 0.6 of a second. Another 2.5 seconds back to Jack Robinson, so it's going to be something pretty special to get on terms with these front 2. Remember, you can follow us on social media today. You can follow us on YouTube. Comments of encouragement for several drivers out there. Lou and Aid getting some nice encouragement from Mum and Fiat. Down in 19th at the moment, Lou and Aid, the number 112. So the gap between 1st and 2nd, down a little bit more, down just about 1/4 of a tenth last time round. It's not going to be enough if Ewan Scott wants to get on terms with the race leader, Oscar Walsh. Does such a good job, hasn't he? Drives with real maturity, Oscar Walsh. Little peer over his shoulder there as they came out of the hairpin, just to check on the distance between himself and the chasing pack, which is led by Ewan Scott. In fact, it's not really a pack, is it? There's one chasing driver, Ewan Scott, and then there's the gap back to Jack Robinson. but it's a huge gap back to Jack Robinson. And Robinson isn't doing any sort of lap times that would suggest that he can get there. A 46.1, he's just sort of mimicking, just mirroring the lap times of the drivers ahead of him, not making any sort of inroads at all. Benjamin Baker's a couple of tenths slower in 4th, Nat Johnston 5th, Bailey Wolf is 6th, but he's outside the 46s, a 47.1 for Bailey Wolf. Harley Drake behind them, and then Oscar Cole and Lucas Ezza. Oliver Harrison is 10th. Ashton Redpath, despite that penalty, or that penalty may still be to be applied, but he's in 11th place. Aaron Hayward's made a couple of places. And Jensen Woodhouse 16th and 17th, those two. Daxton Groves up 1 to 18th, and Oscar Roach down 3 to 19th. What's the gap between the front two? It is... well, it's another half a tenth taken. Just might run out of time here. He's got around about a quarter of the race still to go. There's a yellow flag down into the Han hairpin, which is where the leaders are now. But it's no trouble for either of those. Really treacherous down there today, isn't it, into the Han hairpin. A couple of drivers who've fallen foul under braking. Here are the front two. Who is that? Is that the 127 of Jensen Woodhouse? I think it probably is. He was in 17th place last time round. Or was it Lewanade? Let's just see who comes back next time round. It's a great angle, but we can't see the number, unfortunately, on that one. Will do when he lifts it up now. I imagine he's going to lift the back of that car up. Or the front. Now lift the car so we can see who it is. It's a shame. So we'll check on the timing screen who doesn't come round to complete another lap. Gap between the front two is pretty much stayed as it is. In fact, Oscar Walsh took another 10th away from Ewan Scott. I think it is Lewanade down there on the way into the left-hander. So, sorry, Mum and Fia. It's not quite worked out for Lewin this time. It's like he's going to be a retirement from this race. Here is your race leader. 45 is the first driver under the 45s as well. 45.998 for Oscar Walsh. Puts another 10th between himself and Ewan Scott. Just can't get there, can he, Ewan Scott? He probably needs a couple of tenths a lap now. But Walsh just seems to have the measure of pretty much everybody out there at the moment. What sort of lap times is Jack Robinson doing? A 46 flat last time round, just comparable. The problem for Jack Robinson is he's just never had track position. Just never been able to get the starts that he's needed. It's something to maybe speak to him about later on. But he's got pace, he just can't get there in terms of track position. So over start-finish come the likes of Cruz Dalton, in 12th place, and Ethan Whitlam in 13th. Dorian Mallock 14th, Aaron Haywood is 15th. Here is the race leader, that's the gap. Around about 1.2 seconds between first and second. Then a further, well, a long way back, and this is the last lap of the race for Oscar Walsh, Ewan Scott, Jack Robinson, Benjamin Baker, all fairly processional now, it has to be said. Nat Johnston, Bailey Wolf in 6th, he's the best of the rookie drivers. Lucas Esser's the second best of the rookie drivers, and Ashton Redpath is the third best. They are 6th, 10th and 11th respectively. But for the final time now, here comes your race leader, who is about to be the race leader. He's got a couple of back markers ahead. I don't think they're going to get in the way though, because all he's got to do is go around the top corner and head down as look over his shoulder. He will win the pre-final for the DRS 65s. He will also claim another huge chunk of championship points to go with his heat win earlier on. So Oscar Walsh wins the pre-final for the DRS 62s. Ewan Scott second, Jack Robinson is third, Benjamin Baker is fourth, Matt Johnston is fifth, Bailey Wolf is sixth. Our last of the pre-finals is next up. It's the pre-final for the DRS 125s, and we'll head down to the dummy grid and speak to some of the drivers. Our senior class, the DRS 125s, are here on the dummy grid for their pre-final. Oliver Owen, who won the first heat earlier on the inside of the front row. This is we've been talking about nose cones, haven't we? We've been talking about front NASA panels, and this is the new front nose for the Daniel Ricciardo Series for 2022. If you can get, I don't know how low you can get, but if you can get under here, we won't touch, but you can just see how the almost like an inlet underneath where the wind, effectively the wind resistance is cut right through the rest of the car, really. So yeah, really interesting piece of technology. It's obviously part of the CIK homologation bodywork as well. And the other thing is, I noticed how much thinner the side pods are this year. So the side pod is a lot slimmer, a lot thinner. Actually reminds me of the olden days for those who were in karting a long time ago, 10, 15, 20 years ago, before we got the wider side pod as it is, or as it was then. We had side bars, and then a really light side pod, which is sort of a reflective of what that is, or what that is now. So right, let's see who we can get. I want to try and get Mark Lawrence if I can find out where he is. Oh, he's over there. So we'll just try and interrupt him for a second. He's just having a chin wide. Very social on the DRS 125 grid, and people having a chat and a look at the condition check. It is still raining, still very much raining, and the drivers will have to be aware of the differences that might come. If I can just grab Mark Lawrence as he comes over. Mark, loads of pace in qualifying, not quite as much in the first heat. What was the difference?
Yeah, we'd gone down in pressure, which probably wasn't the way to go, I think.
Might be the way to go now, though, with the change in weather. It's a little bit heavier than it was before. Are you expecting it to be significantly different?
I don't know is the answer to that one. It's every session out there is different, so we just it's quite luck really at the end of the day.
Yeah. And all the best for the pre-final, and that's the challenge that these drivers face. That every time you go out in these wet conditions, it's different. It's put either more rain down or less rain down, or something's slightly different as it was before. I'm going to nip over here as well and speak to the first heat winner, which is Oliver Owen. We'll try and coordinate our umbrellas. Oh, he's going to get rid of his for me. That's very kind of him. You can have a bit of mine, Oliver. Opposite to Mark, I suppose, where he didn't have quite the pace in qualifying, but did have it in the first heat. What was the difference?
There was no difference really. We had the pace in qualifying. It just, don't know, in the first race it just came on and managed to get up the inside of Mark in the first or third, fourth corner. and just managed to pull away. So we're just lucky, really.
How important is the start of these races? So, you know, like I know, that if you can get away in the first couple of corners, if you can get some clear air, if you can put a couple of really good laps together, even just a half a lap together and break that toe on somebody, you almost break the heart, don't you? And they almost can give up chasing you because you can have won the race in the first couple of corners or first couple of laps. Is that the mindset going into this race? I just need to get out front in that first corner, put something consistent together and see how it goes.
All you can hope from pole is that you can get going and everyone behind you starts tangling up or just starts fighting, so you can get the jump on everyone, but sometimes you get tangled up and you end up being chasing. So it's just depending really and seeing what the start's like and seeing what's happening.
It's certainly the best place to be, although it's not quite as clear cut here, is it, at Clay Pigeon, with that little kink on the way into Billy's blind. And how wary of that are you in terms of the driver alongside? And if he does get that little jump over start-finish line, it could become a little bit of a drag race where you've got a disadvantage into the first right-hander.
Well, that is the thing, isn't it? Because the line for the second corner is the outside, so Mark does have the line coming around that corner, so we've just got to make sure and just see if I can get jumped in front, or if not, then tuck in behind to see what happens.
We wish you all the best. So that's our front row. We spoke to the two on the front row of the DRS125 pre-final. The two of them will go at it down towards Billy's blind in just a few minutes' time, and we'll be back with you then. Final. They'll have this to give them position, if you like, for the main final. Remember, the DRS62 and the DRS125 finals have now switched round, so the DRS62 grand final is now the 4 o'clock final, and the DRS125 final is now the 4:20 final. If you're tuning in for one of them, you know the best time to get involved with the grand finals later on this afternoon. So just to confirm, the DRS100 B final will follow this final at 4:20. The DRS62 grand final 4 o'clock, and the 125 grand final at 4:20. And then we finish with the DRS100s, which will be around about 4:20 this afternoon. The trophy presentation will take part at 5:15. And then attention will turn to round two in just a couple of weeks' time, where we head to Wilton Mill in 3 weeks in the Midlands on Saturday the 21st and Sunday the 22nd of May. We'll be going there with some championship leaders, but who they are remains to be seen. At the moment, Oliver Owen will be looking to take a championship lead for sure. He is into the first corner first, although down the inside goes Lawrence. He went a little bit hot in, didn't he? Oliver Owen went a little bit hot into that first corner, and Lawrence sneaks up the inside. Not only does he do it, but Jack Rigg is also up the inside. So from first to third, just went a little bit hot, and now he goes to the inside and tries to retake some of those places. Oliver Owen, I think he's managed to get one as they come out of the right-hander. He has indeed. So Oliver Owen takes back one of the places that he lost at the start of this race. But Mark Lawrence then is the leader. Said they made a little mistake on the tyre pressures as they go into Billy's for the first time. He was very wide, wasn't he? And now he hasn't got the best line in. That might cause him a few problems as he goes through the S's. Here they come then. Lawrence, just about. Tell you what, Oliver Owen, very, very good on the brakes into here last time. And he's very good at doing that. He goes to the outside, almost like he's not interested. And all of a sudden, he switches to the inside, and the side by side as they head up towards the left-hander now. And it is Owen then that's managed to make it stick this time. And he moves up into the lead. A little bit of oversteer as he goes through the opposite lock. He goes through the right-hander at top bend and heads down the hill. Now, what does Lawrence do now? Does he know that he has to attack Oliver Owen? As we see a penalty for Tommy Welsh. So Welsh, who's in 6th place at the moment, receives a penalty for contact. Down towards the hand hairpin once more. What he's so good at, Oliver Owen, is he stays to the outside on the entry to the hand hairpin, almost if you think he's not going to do anything. At the last minute, he just points the nose in, dives to the inside, clips the apex, and he's down the inside and through to take a place. He's done it a couple of times already today. How do you manage it? You get yourself onto the apex quicker if you're on the in front of him. You make sure that you are on that apex a lot quicker than you have been to allow him to make that move down the inside. Over the rumble strips, the curbs on both sides, goes Oliver Owen, the race leader. Lawrence second, Jack Rigg is in third. Ben Gartside is fourth, and there's a contact warning for JJ McGing as well from that last lap. So 8 minutes plus a lap still to go. Remember, all of the main finals are 10 minutes plus a lap for the B finals and 12 minutes plus a lap for the 3 main finals, the 62, the 125 and the 100. There's Ben Gartside, currently in 4th place. Tom Snape behind him. Seen Tom Snape been right at the sharp end of DRS 125s, haven't we? We've seen him in contention to win races. Quite there at the moment, not quite had the weekend or the pace that he would have hoped for sure. So the leader once more. Gap between first and second, just around about 0.8 of a second. In fact, Mark Lawrence just done his personal best, 43.223, which is 0.2 slower than Oliver Owen's personal best, which is also the fastest lap of the race, but it's a couple of hundreds quicker than Oliver Owen was on the last lap of the race. So he has brought the gap down ever so slightly. He's going to need to do it more than ever so slightly if he wants to get on terms with the man at the front of this field. He relinquished the lead for just about a lap, didn't he, at the start, went a little bit heavy into turn 1, into Billy's blind, trying to keep everyone at bay. But he managed to get past both Jack Rigg and Mark Lawrence in the same way, on the same corner, just a lap apart from each other. And once he's gone out front, he's certainly made it stick. They haven't been able to get on terms with him just yet, haven't been able to reel him in, and the advantage again was up The delta was up by a second last time. It was a poor lap for Mark Lawrence. It was a good lap for Oliver Owen. Is there any danger of Mark Lawrence falling into the clutches of Jack Rigg, do we think? The gap between them two is it's 1.6 seconds, so probably not. The gap behind as well, Ben Gartside and Tom Snape. That gap's extended as well over the last few laps. So they are in a fairly spread out order at the moment, the top 6 or 7. In fact, everybody out there has got a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of space to work in. The fastest lap of the race is still a 42.856 from Oliver Owen. Anybody else been in the 42s? No, the next fastest has been Mark Lawrence, 43.3. So looking towards the grand final then, if things stay as they are, the chasing pack are looking at a half a second swing. Mark Lawrence is looking at a half a second swing if he wants to get on terms with Oliver Owen. Jack Rigg, if he needs to get another couple of tenths from Mark Lawrence first before he can start to tackle the deficit in time back to the race leader. 43.1 for him last time round. Just consistently a tenth or two quicker than everybody else, Oliver Owen. Doing a good job. Carl Watt is up to 6th. Phyllis Bilbezi is 7th. And JJ McGing and Tommy Welsh are 8th and 9th. No real change there in the last few laps. With just about a minute to go here. Before we conclude all of the pre-finals, and then we are heading towards the business end of the day. We've got a B final and then 3 grand finals to go here at round number 1 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series at Clay Pigeon. Here's a replay of Tommy Welsh, I think. Just having a spin down at the right-hander of the hand corner. Hand hairpin. That's been the hardest place for the drivers, hasn't it? We've seen most of the, whenever we've seen unforced errors, they've been down in that area of the circuit. It is off camber down there. The other thing that you've got to consider, it's the same at a couple of circuits in the UK. There's a lot of trees around there as well, and you tend to get, when it rains, you get a little bit of the sap and the chemicals off the trees, a little bit of the debris sometimes as well. It can make it really slippery in those kind of corners. There's a similar one at Rowra where you go under the cliff face effectively at the top end of the circuit. It becomes all kinds of greasy and slippery at certain times of the year. But that is the place that's caught the most of them out. We're into the final lap then for our race leader. He's through 12 laps. And this is the man to catch for the DRS125s at the moment. The number 5 of Oliver Owen. He's already down to that little treacherous area we've just talked about. You can see some of the trees overhanging. But he's through there pretty harmlessly. And up towards the left of the horseshoe. Here's Button's corner, the right-hander, and then all he's got to do is deal with this long right-hander at top bend, which is where he is now, and he'll drop down the hill, and fairly straightforwardly he will win the pre-final for the DRS125. Second place will be Mark Lawrence. Good drive from him. Third will be Jack Rigg. Ben Gartside has just crossed the line in 4th, with Tom Snape 5th, Ferris Bilbezi, 6th, ahead of Carl Watt on that last lap, the DRS plate driver. Carl Watt came home in 2nd, and then JJ McGing will come home in 8th, and Tommy Walsh will complete our race in 9th place. And that is our pre-finals complete. So as we say, we turn our attention to a B final, which is scheduled off in around about 9 minutes. And then we'll be on for our 3 grand finals from 4 o'clock this afternoon. We'll be back in a few moments' time.
Last year when we first did it. So yeah, keep up the good work.
Thanks.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, especially as I say, especially when we had the technical down this morning.
Yeah.
I think it's how you deal with these sort of situations. I think we did. I think we dealt with it quite well. So, so yeah, keep it up, keep going. And then yeah, if you need anything whatever, then just give us a shout. I'm probably going to make a point at the end as well to you guys, just for like, because obviously next time I'm not going to be here. Oh.
So our one and only B final of the day, the opportunity for the drivers who didn't make it into the main A final for the DRS 100s to have their final and collect some championship points along the way. Race will be over 10 minutes plus that one final lap. Just getting themselves ready, getting themselves prepared. Still raining out there. It's been a constant day of drizzle, constant day of a wet track the drivers have had to manage. They've managed it very well, it has to be said. Lots of different challenges every time they've entered this Clay Pigeon circuit. So no Group A or Group B anymore for the DRS 100s. These are the drivers from either group that didn't have enough points over the qualifying heat and pre-final to make it into the main final. So just the 6 drivers, and they'll be led by the 149 of Jake Woodrow. 160 of Freddie Farrell alongside him. Also got the 148 of Tuscany Groves in there. So they're all rookie drivers with the exception of Tuscany. But the 6 karts rather, will all battle for points, for pride, to be able to come out of this race weekend with a little bit of momentum, even though they won't be in the main grand final. And remember that DRS 100 grand final is scheduled for 20 to 5 this afternoon. Around an hour from now, we'll see the best of the DRS 100 drivers from both groups go head to head for the first time today. But here then is the B final. And over start finish they go. Will they go first time? No, I wouldn't have thought so. Or have they? Well, they are go. Yeah, it didn't look like they were going to go. There's certainly a good advantage from Freddie Farrell on the outside of the front row. He certainly managed to get the drop. It almost slow motion as they went into the first corner. But it is Farrell then who not only gets the best of the starts, but by some distance as well. He's already amassed a lead of some 8, 9, 10 kart lengths as he heads up towards the right-hander at top bend and heads down the hill for the first time. Remember, 10 minutes plus a lap for these junior 100 drivers, 11 to 16 years old. These are the drivers that didn't quite make it into the main final. So Freddie Farrell, Jake Woodrow, Isaac Kite, Joe Wood, Ruby Smith and Tuscany Jones. Tuscany Groves is in 6th place. Oh, we've got a problem for the 131 of Isaac Kite. He's pressing the accelerator, but the accelerator isn't working at the moment. Has he got it back going again? Yeah, he has. I wonder if he just had some sort of mechanical problem by the looks of it. You can see him frantically pressing the accelerator pedal, and there wasn't much happening, but it does seem to be circulating in the way it should do now. Here is the leader then. Leader has got a huge advantage as well now, so 44.5 for Freddie Farrell, 4-second advantage after just 2 laps, with Jake Woodrow, Joe Wood, Ruby Smith and Tuscany Groves the top 5. Isaac Kite is, well, he has got a real problem, hasn't he, Isaac Kite? He's just down on the way into the S's at the moment, going very, very slowly. Now seems to have got it going again. Every time he goes through Billy's blind, it almost comes to a stop. So there is clearly something technical, mechanical, that's the problem. with that DRS100 kart. And the rest of them all streaming through, and there you go. There is the problem. Hand is in the air. He's going to pull off into the pits, and that looks like race done for Isaac Kite. Back to the front of the field. The leader's got now a 5.9 second advantage. Freddie Farrell. He's lapping some at one point, nearly 2 seconds a lap quicker than everybody else out there. So what a shame that, you know, due to a couple of mishaps in the earlier races, Freddie Farrell is not in that main final. Would have been really interesting at that sort of pace as well. But it would have been really interesting just to see how he would have fared. Jake Woodrow in second, Joe Wood in third, Tuscany Groves in fourth, and then Tuscany now ahead of Ruby Smith. And there is the second place. So the battle really between third and fourth at the moment, Joe Wood and Tuscany Groves. They both head out of the left-hander of the horseshoe. And there is that battle, and here comes Tuscany Groves. Just look down the inside for a moment. Didn't manage to make anything stick, but we'll have the run down the hill, you would imagine. Here they come then, and into Billy's blind for the sixth time. They completed 5 laps of the show on the spin. There's a spin for the 159 of Joe Wood. Under pressure from Tuscany Groves, and Joe Wood has rejoined, but towards the back of the field, so out of third place. That means that Tuscany Groves heads up towards the bottom step on the podium, and will now set about trying to catch Jake Woodrow. Let's just see what the comparable lap times between the two of them are. It was a 46.3 for Tuscany Groves last time, a 46.1 for Jake Woodrow, and that's now 46.3. So the fastest lap of a personal best rather for Tuscany Groves, 45.6. So lapping about 0.8 of a second, or 3/4 of a second quicker than Jake Woodrow this time. Let's just have a look at that gap between second and third as they go through the horseshoe, through the right-hander at Buttons, then head over to the left-hand side to get the best line into the top bend. It's the pit lane entrance as well. And there, the 151 of Ruby Smith. So Ruby Smith is up into fourth. She's benefited at the expense of Joe Wood and that spin, and here's a problem for someone. So a problem for the 159 of Joe Wood, who's had a little spin and just come back on again. Here's the battle for second then, and Tuscany Groves is now onto the back bumper of Jake Woodrow. New fastest lap of the race from the race leader Freddie Farrell, who's got a 14-second advantage here at the front of this B final. Jake Woodrow second, Tuscany Groves is third, but right there, just tucked in behind Jake Woodrow. I'm sure Tuscany Groves would very much enjoy a second place finish here today. Can they find a way through? Can they dive to the inside through the right-hander of the Han hairpin? Not this time, but might do on the exit, and has done on the exit, because Tuscany Groves has now taken that second place away from Jake Woodrow. Now then, Tuscany, just 16 or so seconds down the road is the race leader, Freddie Farrell. He's already completed his 9th lap. The gap is now 16.3 seconds between first and second place. Just got to keep circulating Freddie to to go on and win this pre-final. There's still a quarter of the race to go, 2.5 minutes or so remain here. Through the right-hander at the top bend is the race leader, the 160. What a fine job he's doing as well, young Freddie Farrell. There's going to see some blue flags in a moment as well, to ensure that the back mark is the 159 of Joe Wood, just to make sure he doesn't impede on Freddie Farrell in any way. He's not going to pull over as they go through the right-hander. And another lap is complete by Freddie Farrell, 44.2 last time round. Fastest lap 44.1, that's a good 1.2 seconds quicker than anybody else in this B final has been round this track this afternoon. So Freddie Farrell certainly got the measure of the back end of the table of drivers for the DRS100. Remember, these drivers haven't quite made it into the main final, but still championship points to be had, still opportunities for placings. At the moment, Freddie Farrell is doing just about everything he needs to do. He's got a minute to go, plus that one final lap. And Tuscany Groves, did the gap ever come down? No, it's not. It's going up every lap by around between 0.7 of a second and a second every single lap. So he's doing a super job here, is Freddie, at just driving away at the front of this field. "12 laps have been complete." There's Tuscany Groves, the 148. Through the left-hander of the horseshoe, up towards the closing stages of the lap. We've got 15 or so seconds to go. Leader's already through to complete his next lap. So there's 2 to go for the race leader. It'll be a lap or so once they come round to see the last lap board, because the time will be up by the time, in fact the time is up now. 10 minutes plus a lap. And don't underestimate the importance of just winning races like this for young drivers' confidence, just to make sure that they get the advantage and the benefit of leading races and that experience, that exposure to being at the front of groups. It's certainly doing Freddie Farrell no harm at all at the moment. He's on his last lap now, is Freddie Farrell. He's heading up towards the right-hander of the Han hairpin. He's got actually another back marker to come across, but I don't think he'll get there before this race finishes. That's Ruby Smith in 4th place. So Isaac Kite, the only retirement. Ruby Smith in 4th, Joe Wood in 5th, Jake Rudwar a fairly lonely 3rd place, and then Tuscany Jones finishes next up. But here's your race leader, who's about to be a race winner, and the B final then is won by the 160 of Freddie Farrell. Tuscany Groves is, just to give you an indication of the dominance of Freddie Farrell, Tuscany Groves is still halfway around the previous lap, just heading up now towards the right-hander at top bend, and will drop down the hill to take 2nd place in the B final. Tuscany Groves. 3rd will be Jake Woodrow, and Ruby Smith and Joe Wood will all complete the formalities of that B final, and we can now head towards the business end. We can head towards the first of the main finals, the first of the trophy winning finals. It's for the DRS 62s. They're on the dummy grid, and we'll head down to speak to the drivers who could be in contention in just a few minutes' time. So 21 of the DRS62 drivers all ready for their main final. A couple of drivers I'm keen to speak to. The first is Jack Robinson, just on the inside of the second row. Just some last minute tyre pressures. We won't sneak a look at what they are. But Jack, you've shown plenty of pace, but not quite the track position. So probably the start of races, I think, has probably been the issue, hasn't it? Trying to get yourself up amongst it and not involved in that sort of that little scrap with a few other drivers to stop you being up at the front when you need to use that pace.
Yeah, I think I just need to try and get as best start as I can and stay with them.
And does that give you more attention on your start? Are you very keen to try and, usually when you sat here in third place, I think what used to always run through my mind is, can I follow him through and be second by the time I come out of that first corner and try and go from there? Is that the strategy for you in this grand final?
Yeah.
And in terms of, you've already had some success this year, you're carrying the DRS plate. In terms of the ambition, is your plan to go on and try and lift this title at the end of the season?
Yeah, I think I've got a good chance.
All right, we wish you all the best. I am very keen as well to speak to the other driver who has some letters on the front of his car. So we'll go over and speak to Bailey Wolfe, who's on the outside of the third row. Bailey, one of the rookie drivers this season, your first season in the competition. What a great place to be on the outside of the second row. You must be pleased with your progress so far.
Yes, I am very pleased with myself.
And what's the plan from here? Obviously, you're a black plate in amongst loads of yellow plates. So is it just to try and pick off as many of these so-called more experienced drivers as you can? And you're not a million miles from the podium here. Is that the sort of thing you should be looking at?
Yeah.
And in terms of the championship, obviously you've got your own little championship in terms of trying to be the top rookie, which I'm sure will be part of the plan. How have you found the weather conditions this weekend? It's a tricky place in the wet, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll just keep asking until I get something more than a yeah. What's the plan for the start? How many do you think you can pick off on this start?
About 1 or 2.
1 or 2 would be a good result, isn't it? And I suppose if you can get in a group with drivers at the front of these fields, it's good experience and they can drag you along, can't they? And as I say, it's all learning, and I'm sure that you will reap the benefits in further races to come. Is there a race that you're particularly looking forward to, a track that you particularly want to go to?
Yeah, Houghton Park.
Houghton Park, why is that? Because it's nearest?
Yeah.
Me too. Good man. All right, we wish you all the best. So 2 of our drivers that are carrying DRS or DRA letters this weekend because of the performance that they put on back in the race, the DRS special race last month. We're now left with 21 drivers for the first of our grand finals of the weekend here at round 1 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series at Clay Pigeon. We'll be back in a few moments' time with the final for the DRS 62s. So when it all matters then, 3 grand finals for 3 different classes at round 1 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series here at Clay Pigeon Our trip to the South Coast is almost over, but we won't be leaving without some championship leaders, without some drivers that have the points in the bag, and we'll be scurrying off to Wilton Mill in 3 weeks' time, looking to hold on to that championship lead. Where is your money with this one? Quite a few drivers that have certainly got a very good chance. Certainly the front four, you would certainly imagine, have all got a decent chance. They've all shown some pace. So Walsh, Scott, Robinson, Benjamin Baker, not quite had the end product, has he? Benjamin Baker. But if he could just get in amongst them, if he could just hold on to a bit of a tour. Remember, we're live on Facebook and YouTube. You can keep in touch with us by using the comments function on both of those platforms. Lots of good luck messages for drivers. Some good luck for Harley Drake. So Harley, he has driven superbly, hasn't he? I don't know which relative that is, but Jackie giving him some words of encouragement. Starts on the inside of the 5th row, the 1-2-1. So keep an eye out for Harley Drake as they come round. The first job for them all is to try and displace the young man who's been the class of the field so far. And we can say that with an assurance and a confidence because he won the first heat, he won the pre-final. So Oscar Walsh may take some beating, it has to be said. But there are drivers out there that can do it. So Walsh on the inside of the front row. Ewan Scott is alongside him. It's number 3 and number 4. The DRS plate of Jack Robinson on the inside of the 2nd row. Benjamin Baker is on the outside of that row. We've got one car just stopped, haven't we? Just going to rejoin on the way out of the S's. It's the 110 of Indigo Pickering. So Indigo Pickering's had a few run-ins today, haven't they? They've been in a few spots of bother, but always managed to get round and always managed to rejoin. They will do onto the back of this field. So then, drag race between Walsh and Scott. 3 and 4. Start, you would believe, is absolutely critical here to Jack Robinson. He has to stay in touch around these first couple of laps. He's got to get as close as he can, and he is close at the moment to Oscar Walsh. Here they go then. Here they go. Keep an eye on Nat Johnston as well. He was slightly out of formation, Nat Johnston. Here they go into the first corner. Who gets the drop then? I think they're pretty much as they were. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Baker trying to go around the outside into the S's, and he's made it stick as well. It's a horrible start for Robinson. It's exactly what he didn't want. He's going to have to make a move stick quite early here, or he's going to come under pressure. He is under pressure. He's lost another place as Robinson. This is exactly what he didn't want. He didn't need. He didn't want to get involved with Nat Johnston and some of those drivers around 3rd, 4th, 5th. And all of a sudden he's got a big job on his hand as he'll be watching the likes of Oscar Walsh and Ewan Scott just start to disappear at the front of this field. The other driver just to keep an eye on at the moment is the 3rd place of Benjamin Baker, because he's up there or thereabouts. So let's go back to the front 2. Can Ewan Scott find a way past Oscar Walsh whilst he's close enough, because he hasn't really had the pace to stay with him in the previous races? Who are our big winners and losers on the first lap? Well, Bailey Wolf, who I spoke to on the dummy grid, lost 3 places in that one. Oscar Cole's made 4 places, so Oscar Cole up from 10th to 6th. And going very nicely indeed. Oliver Harrison behind him as well has made a couple of places. So Walsh and Scott, 1st and 2nd. There's not actually that much between them. He's not cruising away at the moment, is he? Oscar Walsh. Ewan Scott in 2nd place. There's about a kart length between them. Then Baker. And then Johnston. and then Robinson. Just going back to the start, looked really hesitant. Jack Robinson, almost like he didn't trust the wheels underneath him to get him into that corner if he was really aggressive on the start. And just as he had that moment of hesitation, Nat Johnston was around and Baker went round the outside and was a little bit braver into the S's. And the result of that is that Baker is up into third, and although Robinson is now back up ahead of Johnston into fourth, he's still giving track position away to the front two. Now this is a good lap from Oscar Walsh. He's managed to put maybe another half a kart length between himself and Ewan Scott. Baker, Robinson, Johnston, Oscar Cole, Oliver Harrison. Harley Drake is now into 8th, ahead of Bailey Wolf. Lucas Esser is in 10th. Then Cruz Dalton, Ethan Whitlam. Dorian Malek is 13th. Daxton Groves has made a place ahead of Oscar Roach into 17th. So then, some support for Ewan Scott from Alicia Palmowski on YouTube. Alicia Palmowski, a graduate of this championship, gone on to have a very impressive debut, it has to be said, in the Ginetta Junior Championship last weekend, or the weekend before. A great indicator of the sort of places that this championship can take young drivers, as we've got a mechanical flag for Ashton Redpath, the number 105. The back of the field anyway is Ashton. So top rookie at the moment is Bailey Wolf, 9th place, but he's got Dalton Cruz within touching distance. So let's go back to our front two. Oh, there's a retirement. Oh, that's the mechanical, is it? That's the 105 of Ashton Redpath. Got a mechanical for Lewin Aid as well. So one of the drivers who's had a lot of support on social media today, Lewin. But another tough race for young Lewin Aid. He's got a mechanical flag, the number 112, so something not quite right with that car that needs to be returned to the pits and repaired, replaced. Okay, so front two. Now, how do you think this is working? Is Ewan Scott sat there thinking, right then, I'm within 2 kart lengths, he's not really hurting me at the moment, he's not really pulling away, I'll sit here for a little bit and see how things develop? Or is Ewan Scott thinking, I really can't hold on to this driver at the moment, I am pushing like mad just to stay in touch? Interesting, although he's a lot closer than he has been on previous laps, and there's the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th, and this will do Jack Robinson no good at all. He'll be fuming, I'm sure, to have to be squabbling over 3rd, 4th and 5th, where we usually associate him with the top end of the circuit. We usually associate him with race wins and going for the lead. The lead is between 2, and if you just look back to the leaders at the moment, I think that Ewan Scott is as close as he's ever been. I know what they did to just get a little bit more for Ewan Scott, as Ewan Scott goes to the outside over start finish. This is for the lead then. Over start finish they go, and down towards Billy's blind. Will he have a look down the inside? This is close, but here he goes to the inside. Ewan Scott then into the S's. Is the contact between the two of them? They head up to the S's. He's not quite got the line on the inside. He takes a huge amount of curb. He does manage to get through. They both manage to get through. Good indicator from about Oscar Walsh's mentality. Oscar Walsh was not willing, was not happy, was not accepting of letting Ewan Scott attack him for the lead. He held on to it by his fingernails as they went through Billy's blind. We've got a black flag for Lewin Aid. I would imagine that's because he hasn't come into the paddock. Although I think he's just come in now. Oh no, he's just coming round again. So Lewin Aid will get a black flag this time. I assume that's because the mechanical problem is not fixed. He waves to the official to acknowledge the flag. Here is the battle for the lead, and we haven't seen this yet today, have we? We haven't seen the DRS62s in a real tight squabble for the major placings. All of a sudden, we are. These two are close. There's a great battle going on behind. What's happened to Jack Robinson? lost a couple of places all the way back to 7th, going from bad to worse for our DRS plate holder, Jack Robinson. So we've got a battle for 1st and 2nd. We've got a battle between Baker and Johnston for 3rd and 4th. Oscar Cole's up to 5th. Harley Drake, what a good drive again, up into 6th place at the expense of Robinson. Bailey Wolf is still the top rookie, and he's got a little bit of breathing space between himself and Cruz Dalton as well. So then, where is Daxton Groves? What a drive that is. Just look down my screen to see who was making the biggest inroads. Daxton Groves has gone from the back of this field to 10th. Absolutely flying is Daxton Groves at the moment. I'm receiving some encouragement from Nicola on Facebook as well. Well, he's doing the job for you, Nicola, at the moment. The number 9. What's his next target? So Daxton Groves' next target is Jack Robinson. So Daxton Groves, his next target is Jack Robinson. We'll keep an eye on him. How far away is he? They're just coming over start-finish at the moment. I can see the number 6 of Oliver Harrison going through. Then Robinson. I wonder if Robinson's got some sort of problem. To be fair, Daxton has got a big job on his hands to catch Jack Robinson, because the gap's some 3 seconds between him and Robinson in front. I think Robinson's got some sort of problem. I wonder how serious the problem is. Will he get round for the duration? He's sort of waving his arms around. He's got some sort of mechanical issue there, hasn't he? Jack Robinson, so one of the early title favourites, told us on the grid he was expecting to be there or thereabouts. He's got a problem, and this is going to cost him in the early stages of the Daniel Ricciardo Series. Remember, he could drop a final. You can drop the final, but you certainly wouldn't want to be dropping the first one if you could possibly help it. So here's the battle for the lead. 12 minutes, a long time for these young drivers to navigate their way around. Fastest lap of the race is Ewan Scott's. Lucas Esser is up a place into 14th. Oscar Roach down to 15th, and then Dorian Melek is up to 18th. They're the only movers on the previous lap. Here is your battle for the lead. A little bit narrower, isn't he, Ewan Scott? Generally tends to go a little bit narrow. Interesting to see the different lines that drivers take, the different options around these circuits. Good drive as well from Nat Johnston. He's put himself in a fairly safe 3rd place. And I'll tell you what has happened in the last lap. Oscar Walsh has just turned the screw a little bit. Just put together a couple of really good corners. He put 1/4 of a second between himself and Ewan Scott on that last lap, with a stunning first sector as well on this lap. Is this the move from Oscar Walsh, just to pull himself away from Ewan Scott? Let's see how Sector 2 looks. They've pretty much matched each other in Sector 2, but for the lap, Walsh has taken at least another 1/10 of a second, surely. Yeah, new fastest lap of the race so far, 45.8 for Oscar Walsh. 45.9 last time round, but the fastest first sector. Now, Scott just come back at him a little touch in the last couple of corners. Seems to be less than a cart length in it between them, doesn't it? So good response from him. So every time you think that Oscar Walsh has done enough and he's away, just pegs him back a little bit, just reminds him that he's still there. There's no battle really for 3rd and 4th now. Still one going on for 5th, 6th and 7th with Cole, Bailey Wolf. What a super drive from that young man. The pink helmet of Bailey Wolf. The DRA plate holder. He's currently fending off the 6th seed from last year's championship, Oliver Harrison. That's got to be a shout for driver of the day for the DRA plate of Bailey Wolf. And where is Jack Robinson? Still in 9th place. What was his last lap? Yeah, he's running about a second, 1.2 seconds slower than the race leaders. Here are the race leaders, and they are having a fight, aren't they? 45 seconds to go plus a lap. Walsh leads, Scott is second. The green helmet of Oscar Walsh, the white and blue of Ewan Scott, down towards, with 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go then. 28 seconds plus that one final lap. 2 to go. Where will the move come? I am absolutely convinced there will be a move from Ewan Scott, but when and where will it come? Will it be here on the way into the right-hander at the hand hairpin? No, it won't. Or will it? A little bit wide from Ewan Scott. Oscar Walsh holds on. Still got half a kart length of security, has Oscar Walsh. There's a back marker in play as well here. There is a back marker that they could hit on the final lap. There will be, of course, blue flags, I'm sure, for this back marker, although we'd like to see them now, I'm sure, at post 1. We're not going to. Here come the leaders. Can we have some blue flags? That would be lovely. Oh, now to the inside he goes. The back marker's going to come right into play. He's gone for it. Down the inside. They're going to hit the back marker in the S. Is the worst possible place to hit a back marker. They go through. It's Ewan Scott who has made it stick into Billy's blind. You can't wave a yellow and a blue. What are they meant to do? The marshal on the way into the hand hairpin was waving a yellow and a blue flag. What does that mean? Anyway, as all that's been happening, Oscar Walsh has retaken the lead. Oh, there could be some questions asked about this. I'm not sure what I would have done as a driver if I'd have seen those two flags. A blue flag to say overtake the back marker, a yellow flag to say don't overtake. Anyway, down the hill they come. It's going to be Oscar Walsh. It's going to be Oscar Walsh. It is Oscar Walsh as he goes through to win the grand final for the DRS62's. Ewan Scott is in second place. Nat Johnston, super drive from Nat Johnston, up into third for the podium. Benjamin Baker finishes in fourth. Oscar Cole, yes, does finish in fifth. Bailey Wolf, super drive. Really, really top drive from that young man. The top rookie as well is Bailey Wolf. Oliver Harrison is seventh. Harley Drake is eighth. Jack Robinson is ninth. Daxton Groves finishes another top drive. Daxton Groves into the top 10. Well, that was a bit strange, wasn't it? Little bit strange in terms of some flag waving. I'm not sure what effect it would have had on Ewan Scott as they went into the paddock corner, the last lap. So those of you who are watching this on a replay or on YouTube, just wind it back and watch that last lap again and just unpick the bones out of that, because Ewan Scott had found a way through the S's and then lost it on the way down to, lost the lead on the way down to the right-hander at the hand hairpin, but under some weird flags. I wonder if it'll be reviewed. I wonder if the officials will take the chance to review that and just see what bones, if any, need to be picked out of it. Wow. So we haven't really had that drama today. We've become accustomed to it here at the Daniel Ricciardo Series. We haven't really had it, but we have had it now. Next up, and if that's anything to go by, this could be a cracker. The DRS125, they are on the grid. They are due off in around 2 minutes, so we won't head down there and speak to them. Here is the... Oh, let's have a look at this then. A little bit of contact. Ewan Scott to the inside. They come across the back marker. Goes a little bit wide. And then Oscar Walsh. Now, there's a yellow and a blue. So what are they meant to do? So he goes a little bit wide down the inside. Oh, he ran a little bit wide, did Ewan Scott. I wouldn't want to be an official. I wouldn't have a clue what to do with that. I've been in this sport for 25 years. I don't think I've ever seen that. Wow. Okay, very good. So, grand final for the DRS125s. It's a shame we can't get down and see them, but we wouldn't get back in time. We will try. There's a couple of DRS100s I'm very keen to speak to, so I'll try and get down there after the DRS125 grand final is complete. 12 minutes plus a lap for this next race. We've 2 to go, ladies and gents, and it's gone ever so quickly, hasn't it, here at round 1 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series at Clay Pigeon. So second to last, the DRS125. 12 minutes plus a lap. And what can anybody do about Oliver Owen? Wasn't the fastest this morning in the qualifying, but he won the first heat and the pre-final pretty much at a canter. Can he make it a clean sweep of competitive races by winning the grand final here this weekend? Setting himself up very nicely for an early championship lead if he can. So they're on circuit, bang on the time. The timekeeping amazes me. They're so good at it, the staff, Jane and the team here. Absolutely bang on the time. We've had all these races, we've had a perfectly timed lunch break. And we are still absolutely on schedule here. If you're joining us on YouTube or on Facebook, feel free to comment, to offer your comments of support for different drivers. Tell us what you made of that last lap. If you're on YouTube or Facebook, tell us what you thought. What did you think of that final lap? What would you have done if you're a young racing driver or an old racing driver? What would you have done in that situation? Try and make it as interactive as we possibly can here at the Daniel Ricciardo Series. And you can do that through the mediums of Facebook on our Daniel Ricciardo Series page or on YouTube on the Daniel Ricciardo Series channel. So the DRS125s then. It's a great shot of the new nose cone as well, isn't it, with those two coming round. So last time out in the pre-final, Mark Lawrence managed to get the drop. It's a little bit harum-scarum in the first corner. Oliver Owen almost outbraked himself. They're pretty quick. That's not going to go, surely. Has it gone? No, I didn't think it would. They were very, very quick as they came round, all trying to get the drop into the first corner first. And they will go around and try and do it again. It's just a little bit heavier. Yeah, some interesting views on social media. If both the leaders in the last race undertook under yellow against the back marker, should they both face penalty? It's interesting, isn't it? Anyway, my views, opinions, nothing official from me, of course. I'll leave that sort of behaviour to the officials as the DRS125 race gets underway, and Oliver Owen has done what he didn't manage to do in the pre-final. He's managed to scamper away in and out of the first couple of corners first. Now, it's very, very premature to say this, but he might have just won the race by doing that, because we know he's got the pace, we know he's quick enough, we know that Mark Lawrence and the drivers in behind haven't quite shown enough pace to stay on terms with him, so they have to pin him back and pin him in the first couple of corners. They haven't managed to do it. He's a little bit sideways, the race leader, as he comes round to complete his first lap, Oliver Owen. But he's already got a gap of some 0.7 of a second over Mark Lawrence, who's going to desperately try and just hold on to his coattails for as long as he possibly can. If he can put a couple of good laps in, if he can rely on a mistake potentially from Oliver Owen, could find himself with an opportunity. That might just be all he can hope for at the moment. Ben Gartside is third. Good start for him to get ahead of Jack Rigg. They're both ahead of Firas Bilbezi. JJ McGing's made a good start up into sixth, and Carl Watt is in seventh. Tom Snape, certainly not had the day that he would have wanted. Tom Snape is at the back of the field. He's shown to be a winner in these sorts of races, but he's having a pretty shocking weekend so far here at Clay Pigeon. Not the championship start he would have wanted. Over come the leaders, then down towards the Han hairpin. A bit of a wider line for most of the drivers. Gartside dives back up. Oh, sorry, Bilbezi dives back up the inside of Jack Rigg and back into fourth place. He's had a good start to the year, hasn't he? Firas Bilbezi won the DRS plate. And now he's got himself into fourth, and he'll be looking at a podium here. He'll be looking at finding a way past Bengart side, Firas Bilbezi and Rigg and McGing, and Watt is 7th, and Tommy Welsh and Tom Snape. So, last time round then, the gap between Owen and Lawrence was about the same, just around a second. What have they done in the first sector? Oh, Lawrence has taken a 10th in the first sector. Can he follow that up with something a little bit better as Bilbezi goes past Gartside? Just keep an eye on Firas Bilbezi. What did he do last time round? 43.4. He's not got the pace of the front two, but some pace nonetheless. And either way, it's been a really good start to the season for Mark Lawrence. I'm sure if somebody had said to him, you can have a handful of second places and a load of championship points, I'm sure he would have been happy with that. But I'm sure the racing driver in him will still fancy a look at Oliver Owen here. The gap's now, it's down to 10th. Mark Lawrence has got just around a 10th on him, a 43.1 last time round. 42.8's the fastest lap of the race from Oliver Owen, but he hasn't managed to do that for a couple of laps. Although he has just done the fastest first sector of, and the fastest second sector. Oh, this is going to be pretty special from Oliver Owen this lap time. Here he comes. Yep, 42.7, fastest lap of the race. He's just taken 3/10 out. That will break the heart of Mark Lawrence, I can tell you. Because Mark Lawrence would have thought he was getting there. Would have thought he was just inching closer and closer and closer, where he could get to the point where he could apply some pressure. And all of a sudden, bang, Oliver Owen puts in an unbelievable lap, 42.7. Takes 3/10 off him and says, all that hard work you've done, Mark, it's for nothing, because I've just extended my advantage at the front. And that's exactly how it has transpired, and it's made life a lot more comfortable for Oliver Owen at the front of this field. 1.5 seconds the gap now between first and second as they head through the S's for one more lap. Remember, it's 12 minutes plus a lap, these grand finals. Just not even at halfway just yet. It's a long way to go. Don't rule anything out just yet. They're probably going to do about 15 laps, I'd have thought, all in for this final. And then, of course, we have the DRS100 still to come. Have we saved the best till last? Based on last year's action, probably. Certainly expecting a very close race as the A and the B group for the DRS100s come together for the first time. All of the main players will be in amongst it. I'm sure they're going to give us an absolute cracker to finish our day's racing. An excellent day's racing here at the Daniel Ricciardo Series. What a way to kick off the season. We've had everything but the weather, really. Here is the race leader. What's the gap now? It was 1.7 seconds last time round. And Lawrence just not able to consistently put in the sort of times he needs to stay in touch, never mind get on terms with the leader. .42.7 last lap, so Oliver Owen actually just driving away at the front of this field. What a good drive from Firas Bilbezi as well. Not really shown huge amounts of pace earlier today. Hovered around sort of 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Ben Gartside gets a warning from the officials in 5th place. He's been involved in a battle with Jack Rigg and JJ McGing. But Bilbezi's just sort of been a slow burner, hasn't he? Just started to get himself back into contention, just started to increase and improve his pace. Is he lapping any quicker than Mark Lawrence at the moment? No, not really. Just wondered if there might be a bit of a last gas push for third between those two. Doesn't look to be that way. So Owen, Lawrence, Bilbesi, top 3. Good distance between all 3. So unless something really unexpected happens or we get a technical problem for one of those front 3, they're looking fairly comfortable. 3.5 seconds between Owen and Lawrence. A further 3 seconds or so, 2.5 seconds back to Bilbesi, although Bilbesi's taken 0.3 of a second out of Mark Lawrence on that last lap. Just get the bit between his teeth here. Still got 4 minutes to go. He's still got an awful long way to go in this DRS 125 Grand Final. Jack Rigg is 4th, Ben Gartside is 5th. JJ McGing's showing really well, isn't he, in this main final. Again, a couple of places higher than he had been in some of the earlier races. He's taking a little bit of time out of Ben Gartside as well at the moment. He's lapping around about 43.6. Gartside 43.9 last time round. What's distance between them two? So let's have a quick look. Where's the 183 of Gartside? He's going right there, isn't he? Right there is JJ McGing. Just keep an eye on him in the closing stages. 2.98 of Carl Watt is also right up there. In fact, McGing is past Gartside. I wonder if Ben Gartside's got a bit of a problem. He was quick at the start of the race. He's just started to struggle a little bit. He's getting picked off by pretty much everybody behind him at the moment. JJ McGing's up to 5th. What a good showing from that young man. And what did Bilbesi take out of Lawrence? So we're going to see a little bit of a grandstand finish between 2nd and 3rd. What have we got left? 3 minutes? 5 laps maybe? What's the gap? The gap is it's 2.4 seconds. He's going to need to take half a second a lap out of Mark Lawrence if he's going to get there. He's taking about 0.2 at the moment. It won't be enough. He's going to need a bit more. What did he take last time? A 10th. Won't be enough. Firaz, you'll need to find a little bit more if you're going to get on terms with Mark Lawrence. Now, what sort of pace is Jack Rigg doing in 4th place? A 43.5. Yeah, not... He's quicker than JJ McGing, but only by a couple of tenths. And JJ McGing's actually lost a 10th of a second back to Ben Gartside. What's happened here? So what's happened with JJ McGing there? So he's raising his arm, he's very unhappy. Has there been contact with him? He's got a little kink in the back bumper as well. Here we go. So McGing and Gartside, I think. Ooh, yeah, that's naughty. Not sure Ben Gartside will get away with that. Certainly wasn't all the way alongside. He's made contact with around the engine area. Oh, there you go. Just as I was saying it. Ben Gartside, advantage by contact. I don't think we've got any real arguments, Ben, if I'm perfectly honest. Trying to manufacture a hole that wasn't there. And JJ McGing can be rightfully disappointed. He was having a really good drive. Up into 5th, now drops down to 7th. He's probably likely to get a place back, I'd have thought, up to 6th, because I'm sure that penalty for Ben Gartside will be something along those lines. Advantage is to Carl Watt, because Carl Watt's up a couple of places and into 5th place. So, super stuff from Carl Watt. And good to see some of these drivers who've been very patient in the DRS 125 class. Worked hard to increase their pace and improve. How long have we got left? Just have a look at Firas Bilbesi, because he's taken 0.4 on the last lap, and he's now in, well, he's not in touching distance. So what's he got left? So it'll be 2 laps. He's going to need to take about 6-7 tenths of a second out, and probably rely on a mistake from Mark Lawrence. But we've seen this before. Just keep an eye on these two. 2nd and 3rd. 7th, Mark Lawrence. The DRS plate of Firas Bilbesi. Leaders under no pressure at all. Oliver Owens way ahead here. No problem at all. This is the battle. Can he close the gap? Firas Bilbesi. Mark Lawrence. Does Mark Lawrence know he's coming? Has he got anything in reserve? Can he fend off? He's taken more time, hasn't he? He's definitely taken more time. I'm just not sure he's going to get there. What's the gap now? The gap is, he only took 2/10. He needed about 5. The gap's 8/10 of a second. I don't think he'll get there, but what a good effort from Firas Bilbezi. He's just going to run out of time. Just going to run out of laps in the end. If he had another 2 or 3 laps here, I think he'd probably get there with Mark Lawrence. He's very, very late on the brakes. Very late on the brakes into the left-hander. He'll lose a little bit on exit speed there. That won't help him. And then he goes to the inside, very late on the brakes again. He's probably trying to scare Mark Lawrence and just trying to get him in his eyesight. He's not going to manage to do it. Here is the winner. And the winner is the number 5 of Oliver Owen. Owen then wins at a canter. Stellar performance from him. Second place. And I'm sure Mark Lawrence will be delighted with his weekend's work. Firas Bilbezi, a very spirited third indeed. And then Jack Rigg and Carl Watt come home in the top 5. We're going to nip down to the grid and speak to some DRS 100 drivers. So our final race of the day then is for the DRS 100s. We've had a Group A, we've had a Group B, now we've just got one final sprint between them all. I'm just going to grab Andy very, very quickly because I love this format, Andy. I love the fact that you split them off and then they all get together and some of them won't have seen each other all day and all of a sudden they've got a scrap with each other going into the first corner.
Exactly, so it's everyone will have had a different day up until now. Yeah, there'll be some drivers that haven't raced against, so maybe someone's got a different line, different technique. So yeah, it'll be a mixed bag.
Good. There's a couple I want to speak to, so if we could just hold on the time for me, that'd be fantastic. Don't tell Jane, she'll be fine. There's a couple I want to speak to. I want to go and speak to a couple of rookie drivers actually at the middle to the back of the field. I want to dive over here. I want to speak to Ron Marsden, who's the first of the rookie drivers, I think, in the field. How pleased are you with your day's work so far?
I'm pleased with it, yeah.
Outside of the sixth row here, 6th row outside row 12th on the grid. A couple of nice drivers to get hold of and get a tour from and try and pick up some places. Is that the plan? Just get as high as you can?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
And obviously a debut in the series today. Obviously there's a rookie trying to be the top rookie as well, but have you got a target? Have you got, is top 10 a good finish? Is top 5 a good finish? Can you get there?
I will try my best, yeah.
Good man, and all the best. And I just want to head back. There's a couple Okay, so I'm told that is my time. So we will allow the DRS 100s to get us underway. As we promised, we always promise fantastic racing from this class. It's our final race of the day. Stay tuned then for the DRS 100s Grand Final. So then, last race of the day, the DRS 100 Grand Final. As we said, on the grid. No A, no B. Just the best of both groups. Gonna squabble it out for championship points for the race win here at round one of the Daniel Ricciardo Series 2022 at Clay Pigeon. Right then. So Tristan Powell and Daniel Weir on the front row. Arch Cole, Charlie Ratford, Maximilian Salarski, Sherry-Ann Powell, Jamie Scott, Oscar Walmsley-Jones, Liam Karblov. God, we've got just race winners everywhere, haven't we, in this field? Absolutely everywhere. We've got retirement. Eldon Holland had a tough first weekend here. Remember, this final race on Facebook, our Facebook page, it's on YouTube. Who's your money on? Let us know in the comments section. We've got a false start for the first one. They never really got going, did they? It wasn't really a false start, because I don't think anybody thought they were starting the first time out. Who's your money on in this final race of the day? Who will get the top rookie? There's some really good rookie performances. I was hoping to chat to Cassidy Southall on the grid. Didn't quite have time. I'm quite impressed by her today. Ron Marsden, who we spoke to. Super job on his debut in the series as well. It all comes down to this for these junior drivers. Who will be in the first corner first? That's the first job for them. Can they all get through the first corner? Tristan Powell and Daniel Weir almost eyeballing each other as they go over start finish. Powell, Weir's got the best of the starts. Oh, did they go? They didn't go. They can't have gone. No, they didn't. I can't see the lights here, so I'm sort of guessing when I see how fast they go into the first corner. They haven't gone because we've got a car stranded, the 114 of Archie Potter. Now, where was Archie Potter meant to be on the grid? They were very, very slow as they came down. If that was a start, Daniel Weir would have got the jump. There's no doubt about that. So Tristan Powell will have learned from that. He will have an idea from it. He'll have a plan. He'll know that he won't want that to happen again. Keep an eye on the drivers in behind as well. Alexa Salarski is certainly dangerous from a couple of rows back. Charlie Radford's shown good pace. Archie Cole has been there or thereabouts as well. They're a bit quicker this time. Again, Weir looks across to Powell. Powell hits the gas, and they do go this time. Powell's got the best of the starts. Radford trying to go up into second place. He has gone up into second place, although round the outside goes Daniel Weir, and Daniel Weir has held on to that second, and now he needs to get after the race leader as quickly as he possibly can. They can't afford Tristan Powell to disappear in the distance here. Just be wary, boys, if you all start to, boys and girls, if you all start to squabble over the minor placings, you are going to play right into the hands of Tristan Powell at the front of this field. Powell then, it is who leads. Great start from Maximilian Salarski. He's such a good starter, isn't he? Maximilian Salarski puts himself right up there in terms of the major placings as they head down to complete the first lap. There he is, Salarski into second place. Super start from him. He made 4 places on that first lap, and he closes right up under brakes into Billy's blind for the second time. 12 minutes plus a lap. Look at Salarski all over the back of Tristan Powell, who's got pace from nowhere. Maximilian Salarski looks to the outside. Will he switch to the inside? No. Powell goes on the defensive very, very early. It's a long race, Tristan, if you're going to go like that. And Salarski's down the inside, says, nope, not having that defending from you. I will go down the inside. And he's gone down the inside. And Maximilian Salarski has hit the front after just 2 laps here. Can he scamper away at the front of this field? Salarski then leads. Tristan Powell in second place. Here is the move. Opportunistic, late on the brakes, although you could have driven a bus through the gap that Tristan Powell left behind on the way into the left-hander of the horseshoe. Into the right for the 4th time of asking now at the hand hairpin. What's going on behind? Right. So we've got Daniel Weir in 3rd, and then we've got a move for 4th, which is the 156 of Archie Cole, who's gone past Charlie Radford. Charlie Radford looks over his shoulder and we'll see the pink helmet of Sherry-Ann Powell, who is in 6th place. After them comes Liam Karbeloff and James Kochelek, 7th and 8th. Oscar Walmsley-Jones 9th. I'm sure he would have wanted to be had a little bit of a better start. And Daniela Sutton is 10th, and Freddie Cox is 11th, and Hallie Hicksman is 12th. Ethan Critchley, is 13th. Bryn Calder is 14th. Where's our top rookie? So Ron Marsden is 19th, then Ben Hoy and Casty Southall all just around about together in 19th, 20th and 21st. So good battle over them placings at the moment. Right then, back to the front where Salarski is turning the screw here on Tristan Powell. He's turning the screw and he's already a comfortable advantage for that young man, and he's just on the fastest lap of the race so far. Wow, he took 0.7 of a second away from Tristan Powell. So Maximilian Salarski seems to have got the measure here. Seems to have did all his hard work in the first couple of laps to stay in touch, and they've got that set up absolutely bob on. He is driving away at the front of this field is Maximilian Salarski. Second place for Tristan Powell. Don't underestimate what a good weekend's work it will have been for him, even if he doesn't win the race. And then look at the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th places. It starts with Daniel Weir. It ends at the back of this gaggle of 4 carts with Oscar Walmsley-Jones, and in between is Archie Cole, Charlie Radford, Sherry-Ann Powell and James Kochelek. Daniela Sutton is 9th, Freddie Cox is 10th, Hallie Hicksman 11th, and then Bryn Calder, Maximilian Reid and Aaron Mensah. Actually top 14, Ethan Critchley's had something go awry. Oh, is that Ethan Critchley there? Because he hasn't completed the 5th lap. Yeah, retirement for Ethan Critchley. So then, race leader 43 flat for Salarski, 43.3 for Powell. He's got no answer at all for the pace of Maximilian Salarski at the moment. What a battle on behind. Weir holding off everyone at the moment. Cole, Radford, Powell, Walmsley-Jones, Kochelek, Sutton. How far is Danielle Sutton from the back of James Kochelek? She took 0.4 of a second out of him last time round. Just keep an eye on Daniela Sutton, the number 143. Freddie Cox just behind her, but these two could suddenly and certainly be in what is already a 6-kart battle for third place. Could we make it an 8-kart battle for third place? That'd be entertaining, wouldn't it, for us in the closing stages? We've just come up to half distance. They've done 7 laps. It's going to be a 15-lap final, this. Weir, Cole, and then Sherry-Ann Powell down the inside of Radford. Charlie Radford has lost that place to Sherry-Ann Powell. It was a well-executed move, and Sherry-Ann Powell's going to lose a place as well. So in turn, Oscar Walmsley-Jones down the inside of Sherry-Ann Powell, and then Powell takes it back and says, no, I'll keep hold of this one, thank you very much, and then shuts the door on Oscar Walmsley-Jones. Super driving from Sherry-Ann Powell to take back that place, to be aggressive on the defence, and now can set her sights on the new 4th place man, because Daniel Weir has lost a place to Archie Cole. Now then, all these drivers will be looking for a podium. They'll all think they've got a good chance of a podium. Karbalov, penalty. The 130 of... Where is he? He's down all the way down in 19th. Well, it doesn't really matter about a penalty when you're all the way down in 19th, I don't suppose. Here come the leaders. The battle rages for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Sherry-Ann Powell again just now starting to dive up the inside. She might get hung out to dry here. Got to be very, very careful, Sherry-Ann. She tried to go down round the outside and keep hold. She's going to be all right. Tried to go down the outside, keep hold of Weir. Now she's going to the inside of Weir. Can she make it stick at the top end? She does. Super move from Sherry-Ann Powell. She'll just want to hang him on the outside if she can as well. She has done. Very, very, very clever from Sherry-Ann Powell. She said, oh, if you're not going to brake and try and get me on the slingshot on the way out, I'll just hang you on the outside of the circuit, and you'll have to slow down. You'll have to stop, or you'll just run out of road. Very, very clever, very mature from Sherry-Ann Powell. Now then, is she the favourite for 3rd place at the moment? The place that's currently held by Archie Cole. What we do know about Sherry-Ann Powell is she is she comes on late in games, in races, doesn't she? She generally starts to perform about this time, really. About this time in grand finals, Sherry-Ann Powell just pops up in a position where you think, oh, hang on a minute. She could be on for a podium or a race win. At the moment, she's in between Archie Cole and Oscar Walmsley-Jones. James Koszalek is in 6th. Charlie Radford has dropped to 7th. Daniel Weir has gone all the way back into 8th after a really promising start, a really strong start. Now back into 8th. I love some of the hand signals that are given on the paddock wall here as drivers come past. There's all kinds of manner of crazy hand signals that goes on. Right, race leader has 4.9 second advantage. Unbelievable work from Maximilian Salarski. There's no question of the lead at the moment, although Salarski's going to come across some back markers soon. We just need to make sure he gets through those with a minimum amount of fuss. Second, no danger for Tristan Powell at the moment. The race we're interested in is this one. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Sherry-Ann Powell to the end. She's going to lose out to Oscar Walmsley-Jones. She went to the inside to fake, then she went to the outside. She's got picked off on the outside. She has to go around the outside of him again if she wants to hold on to a place. She's not going to. She might lose another one to James Koszalek, or will she? No, she won't. So she's back down to 5th. Battle rage is so tricky, isn't it, for these young drivers? If they try and have a pop at the one in front, they run the risk of losing out to the one behind. It's a little bit of give, a little bit of take when racing at such close quarters. Salarski then is about to come across some back markers. He's about to hit Ben Hoy, Cassidy Southall and Rowan Martin, who are all in their own little race for the top rookie. Well, here comes the leader. We should have some blue flags, I'm sure, about to come out, because Salarski won't want to get held up. He can afford to lose a little bit of time, he can, but he won't want to. He's just got through a couple of them. One of them was the number 5 of Henry Foote. What a tough weekend Henry Foote's had. He's circulating right at the back of the field at the moment. Again, another driver who we usually see towards the sharp end. He's certainly a top 5 driver here at the Daniel Ricciardo Series, but he's not having the best of times out there at the moment. Now the next job for Tristan Powell in second place is to also navigate through these back markers. Right, what's happening in our battle for third, fourth, fifth and sixth? Archie Cole, 156, third. Oscar Walmsley-Jones, 128 is fourth. And then Sherian Powell, the number 6, is fifth. Here they come over the line to complete another line. In fact, that's the 128 now of Oscar Walmsley-Jones, who's moved up ahead of Archie Cole. He's been quietly going about his business really well, hasn't he? Oh, Cole's got a big problem here. I think he's got a big grip problem, Archie Cole. He was awfully wide on the way through Billy's blind. He's going to try and attack Sherian Powell again, but he went very wide. He's not going to make that stick, I don't think. I think Sherian will just pick him off on the way out. Yeah, she will. But yeah, I think he's got a problem, has Archie Cole, with the handling of that DRS car. So now the question is, Sherian Powell, James Kotchelek both look fairly racy in fourth and fifth. They've got to try and hunt down Oscar Walmsley-Jones, who is currently in third. Archie Cole looks like, oh, he's got massive understeer problems as he goes into Billy's blind. So that setup has run out of steam, it's fair to say. I think Archie Cole is going to struggle to finish, well, probably where he is at the moment. He's going to have Charlie Radford before too long, and Daniel Weir and Daniela Sutton and Freddie Cox to contend with as well. So, Walmsley-Jones, has he got the measure of Sherian Powell for time? Let's see. We've just done a fastest lap of the race for Maximilian Salarski, who's just breezing it at the front of this field at the moment at 42.8 for him. 16 laps. How long have we got left? We've got 15 seconds, so they'll be... so they're on the second to last lap now. Where is our leader? He's just going through the left-hander of the horseshoe. Some drive, isn't it? Some drive from Maximilian Salarski. Here is Sherian Powell in fourth place. Don't think she's going to have the time now to get on terms with Oscar Walmsley-Jones. She didn't take much out of him on the last lap, a couple of hundredths of a second. She's going to need to put something really stunning in these closing stages to close that gap on Oscar Walmsley-Jones. She's also got to consider James Kotchelek behind. What's happening in the battle for top rookie? Well, Cassidy Southall has gone up ahead of Rowan Marsden into 18th place, the 162. Aaron Mensa's just ahead of her. It's the next target, and Jamie Scott is ahead of them. Jamie Scott's had a tough couple of races as well, hasn't he? Up there in the top 3 at one point today. Just shows you how quickly it can change as Salarski dispatches of another back marker, and he's about to come round and receive the checkered flag. Salarski then wins. Super drive from Maximilian Salarski. Tristan Powell, this will tell you about how dominant he's been. Tristan Powell isn't here yet. He crosses the line now. Second place. I'm assuming Walmsley-Jones is fairly clear. He is fairly clear, I think, of Sherian Powell. Yes, down they come now. It'll be a podium for Oscar Walmsley-Jones. Sherian Powell will come home in fourth. Good drive from Sherian. James Kotchelek as well into fifth. Archie Cole did hold on to sixth place ahead of Charlie Ratford. Daniel Weir will be disappointed, I'm sure, with eighth place. Freddie Cox managed to find a way past Daniela Sutton in the closing stages for ninth. She came home in 10th with Bryn Calder 11th, Sam Halley-Hinksman in 12th and Maximilian Reed in 13th. Our top rookie was indeed Cassidy Southall to round off an all-round good weekend for her. Rowan Marsden just behind in 19th place. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is that the first weekend of the season. The first round of the Daniel Ricciardo Series has given us, oh, we've come to expect it now, hasn't it? It's given us some excellent racing, some close racing indeed. We'll be back with the trophy presentation just around about 5:15. And then from here, we head on in 3 weeks' time to the Midlands. We go to Wilton Mill for round 2, but we go there with 3 new championship leaders who will all be looking to extend and protect those championship leads. We will see you all again at 5:15 for the trophy presentation. contact between the two of them. Oh, there's contact. There's contact. And there's contact between Cheryl Paul and Campbell Pilling. And welcome back, everyone, to the trophy presentation for round one of the Daniel Ricciardo Series here at Clay Pigeon. We will kick right off with the DRS100 B final. That opportunity for the drivers didn't quite make it through to the A final, but what we did see was a super drive from the winner, a gap of over 22 seconds in the end from our B final winner, number 160, Freddie Farrell. And the DRS 62s then, so split this year to incorporate the Academy top three as well, those drivers undertaking their first season in the Daniel Ricciardo Series. So third place of the Academy drivers, a 12th place finish overall for Jensen Woodhouse. In second place, 11th overall, second of the Academy drivers, number 64, Cruz Dalton. And today's Academy winner, 6th place overall, a fantastic drive from the DRA plate, Bailey Wolf. Ladies and gentlemen, your DRS Academy top three.
It's off because of the feedback, it's down because of the feedback. Yeah.
On to our DRS Supers then. In third place, number 5, Nat Johnston. And a battle that we hadn't really seen all day until it came down to the last couple of laps. And it could have swung either way with a couple of hairy moments, including some back markers as well. But second place today, our number 4 of Ewan Scott. And our Super DRS 62 winner at round 1 here at Clay Pigeon, number 3, Oscar Walsh. Put your hands together for the DRS 62 Super Top 3.
Well done, boys. Thank you.
On to our juniors then, the DRS 100s, and we start with our top rookies. Some really excellent performances from the rookie drivers, in particular this driver who was excellent in the heat and the pre-final and managed to get on top of all the other rookies in terms of placings in the main final as well. Our rookie of the day is number 162, Cassidy Southall. Well done, Cassidy. And the DRS100 top 3, another excellent race from our DRS100s. In third place, the number 128 of Oscar Walmsley-Jones. In second place, the number 154 of Tristan Powell. And once he got out front, he was the dominant driver of the DRS100s. It's an initial championship lead and a first win of the season for Maximilian Salarski. Our DRS100 top 3, ladies and gents.
What else are missing there? The same as second, Mark Lawrence. What else are missing?
We've got rookie, DRS125 top rookie.
There isn't one, is there?
There's no one. No, there's not. No.
Okay.
So on to our DRS125s to close the show. In third place, came on really strongly at the end as well, the DRS play of Firas Bilbezi. In second place, also taking home our Masters Award as well for the day, number 7, Mark Lawrence. And today's winner, another dominant performance, gap of over 6 seconds to everybody else. Our winner today for the DRS125s, number 5, Oliver Owen. Our DRS125 drivers are top 3, everybody. And that's it from us today here at Clay Pigeon, where we've completed round 1 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series. In just 3 weeks' time, we'll be heading north and a little bit east to Wilton Mill for round 2. We'll see you then. Contact between the two of them. Close contact.